this will be a
那我们
really
看得到
cool
有几个
onboard
人在
from
看连接
Jack
吗？
Webster here.
Yeah, I hope that we get to see this. Well, I'm pushing my luck here.
哎，怎么看得到几个？那边看得
Andreas
到。
Cartdata what
哦，
to
下
do
面一
because
人
he's
在
the
观看
man.。However, I would love to see a start from the onboard camera from the back of the field. We know that Hunter, Bishop, Houseworth and Jeff Hall are leading, but when you have 35 carts in front of you and 10 laps to make your move, Webster, it's as if
你现在是抓他的连接吗？同步的。
So, ladies and gentlemen, keep your eyes on the main screen for the battle for the lead. Watch how Jack Webster tries to navigate his way through the first couple of corners in what could be a very, very exciting race. They're into the tram lines. Lights are out. We're off the race. It's a good start. Philip, you watch Webster to see what he's doing.
有人出去。
Call the action of
哇，直接射回来。
Great start from Hunter. Bishop is there. Jeff Hall, I think, has fallen down a
起
couple
跑
of
成功了
places.
，3号、5号弯、6号弯。
Up towards turn number 5.
哇，第2名直接塞内线。好，没有过，没有过。这个很多都直接射出赛道外了。
Kai Hunter, how has Webster been doing?
哇，直接顶一个，没了没了。
Yeah. He had a decent start, gained 2 positions, but then tried to go around the outside. There's a really mean curve there that.
哇，撞了啦 ！Oh my god! Oh my god! 哇，摇滚区啊，真的。 好，我今天特地穿这个世界杯收底的。请问是谁进来看我们的直播了？拜托留言一下啊，很冷清哎。哇，现在第1名上升4个名次啊，从第5干到第1了。 刚刚有一个很大的事故啊，不知道有多少人退赛了。比世界杯其实最后比的就是一个完赛率，你看第1名拉开了啦。好的，这个弯速都非常的高啊。 好，这个 S 弯进来之后，很多人会塞内线。这个赛道呢，我本身没有研究过，不要以为我有研究过，但是呢，看得出来是非常高速的赛道。好，事故重播来了。啊，尬到后了，10号弯。啊，1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8，全部叠罗汉啊！ 哇，从第6名之后，叠罗汉撞成一坨。好，第1名叫做奥斯汀李 ，Lee Austin。
And they were just punching bags. Matthew Higgins has had to retire. Jeff Hall is out. Eric
现在才跑到第3圈，就战况这么焦灼跟这么激烈。
is out. Looking back, Tobias Clausen was involved. So was Jules
好，第2名是叫 Daniel
Bishop is down to 28th
Position number 2。
The whole complexion of the race has changed. It's
第2名在趴车，很趴哦。
Daniel Houseworth and Lewis Gilbert from Scotland.
Lewis Gilbert 第3名。Lewis Gilbert 应该是英国人，没有记错的话，他是一个很快的英国人。Hunter 也是英国人，哇，这个真的是 Mark Kimber 是英国人第6名。Hunter 你看第5名。
Somehow, when they got to this corner here, they
有这一组的台湾选手，可是不知道是不是在这一组里面跑。这一组应该有周延成，7点应该是周延成，没错。这是 Max 组，单数 Max 组 Max Senior。
But they started 34th and 36th. They're
哦，
now
这个画面真的是很震撼。
19th and 20th.
哇
Webster up the inside at turn 12. He's going to lose out there to Stepanov, and he's going to lose again. I'm trying to see who that was going to. Cooper Claire going through. Voxapat Katsiri going through. You can see the Thai driver in front of us now. Hewson, Diaz, and Jing Xuan Ling are also involved in an incident on this lap. We had a nice calm opening race, but Lee has been caught for the race lead.
Yeah, let's have a look. I mean, before this is exactly what happened. He did a small mistake and lost 2 positions. But now let's have a look at the race leads. Top 3 are really in a trade now. Slipstream is a big factor now. Presumably, you're going to be bumper to bumper by turn 1.
Yes, down the hill, the top 3. Lee, Houseworth, and Gilbert. Lego from Canada. Kai Hunter. Big hi to Joe Bradley and the crew up at Carton Northeast.
我们尝试直播嘛，以后要直播带货靠大家帮忙。有来看的，截图给我。虽然你们没在线上，搞不好看重播的，找我领奖品。哇，干，这直接上 corner 蛮猛的哦。今天看到很多个直接看上 corner 都是用飞的。然后第2名是 Gilbert Lewis 跟这个 Daniel 2个在互尬。然后第4名的那个 Hunter 目前正在蓄势待发。然后第5名跟第6名的这个 Mark Kimber 应该也是在好好追车，因为他们很怕第1名跑掉。是的。这几个英国人啊，他们在他们自己的国家本身就斗得非常凶，所以出来之后就是面子之争。哦，这个弯刚刚好，我们第一个国旗就是我们的 Chinese Taipei， 来要看一下，哇 ，USA， 哦，有面对面。你看，一次6台车直接撞在一起。好，剩最后的3圈了。真的是装 camera 的 camera car， 都不是很运气好我看2场比赛 camera car 都撞车。好像不是很吉利。好啦，这个是世界杯比赛，今年Rotax MAX Challenger Grand Final 2023在巴林。好，80本身是沙漠地带，所以你看到它的这个，只要除了赛道之外，只要偏离之后出去的地方都是沙，所以这个只要出去一次回来，我靠，我跟你讲，对不上前车，轮胎都没有抓地力，完全没有草皮啊，这都是沙漠啊。然后那个绿色的地方都是油漆啊，你以为是草是不是？错，是油漆。所以他冲出去之后啊，没有缓冲，应该说冲出去之后不会刹车。都一直往外射。好 ，Lewis Gilbert 直接干掉 Lee Austin， 直接上到第1名。英国人还是猛啊。Hunter 上到第3名 ，Kimber 上到第5名。他拿了3次的世界冠军呐。爬车开始，最后一圈，最后的1圈半。如果没有意外的话 ，Mark Kimber 应该会一直往前射。不过他这个距离看起来还有大概0.4到0.5，所以可能要射第3名有点难。他们现在在做这个 pre-final， 应该就是在拼积分。到时候的 final 的部分，好，这个 final 的部分，关乎是他的排位。目前你看到这个前10名，没有意外，应该都是会进到 final 决赛。因为他一组的 final 只有36台而已，所以他基本上分4组，那一组来讲可以有大概9台车。那这个A、B、C、D 4组混跑，所以它等于是2组，最起码10台内的名次都可以进到 final。哦，第4名上来了，你看 ，Mark Kimber 现在第4名上来了，粘上来，因为2、3名斗车他就有机会了。对，Mark Kimber 应该要射了，换线有成功吗？最后2个弯，射，差一点点。
Kimber fourth, and a good battle, the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. Hounsworth, Lego, Grimaldi, and Cascade.
你看啊 ，Mark Kimber 很扯哎，上升9名 ，Gilbert Lewis 上升6名，所以他们上一场比赛，上一场的那个预赛的部分啊 ，T1 的部分，他一定是遇到问题。
I won't do it again. If I do it again, Philip, permission to punch me in the commentary box.
看一下重播，看飞这个 corner。
What are we looking at there? Look at the driving style of Mark Kimber. Look at the drivers coming through this corner, and watch how Kimber moves his body from one side to the other. It's the traditional Kimber lean.
It's something not many
好啦，这就是今天的 Pre-Final Max 组。那 Max 也是用收低卡，哎，我这个身上这件衣服看到吗？收低卡。收低卡呢，其实跟我们这个电动车啊，电车一团体是用一样的车架。哦，听说收底是蛮硬的。那我开电车，它用 DD2 的收底车架，开起来算是蛮硬的。
By putting more pressure, by putting your entire body weight onto them, this is the way you get the most traction.
It's what you see, I suppose, in the wet. Drivers do it a lot in the wet, trying to get as much weight over that rear tire in the wet so it bites.
Yeah, the only difference to them, the DD2s, for example, is since they have front brakes as well, you will see them in the wets even leaning forwards to get extra pressure on those front tires.
Well, I mean, that's absolutely fascinating. But I doubt we're going to be able to see an example of that this week, being as though the potential for a rain shower is somewhere between 0 and 0.
Pretty much, yeah. I'm not expecting any drops of rain, and I like that. I'm a better driver as well in the dry, and it's more tidy as well. The racing is more intense as well since you can do more.
那这边怎么会卡住啊
？Yes, there is Lewis Gilbert.
这是你按去另外一个部
分。
啊，这个嘞，这是我们刚刚的这个，我们的串流后台。OK，good job.
You know, when you're Welsh, you go from naught to lobster in 60 seconds.
哦，还好这趟去美国回来没有变胖太多哎。
Austin Lee looking quite pleased with his work.
所以现在是看起来是几个人？还是一个人？2个人，请问一下另外一个人是谁？
I don't even know what that was all about.
还是这个？
Mechanic is now going to try to please him and tell him, look, you're still in the finals.
You were still fast. Yes, you were still fast.
Hello， 请麻烦帮我留个言，刷一排汉堡。刷汉堡的来领汉堡。好，我们来报成绩啊！第1名 Lewis Gilbert， 第2名 Austin Lee， 第3名 Kyle Hunter， 第4名 Mark Kimber。前4名呢有3个英国人啊，好恶心呐！英国人真的是快，赛车的发源地啊。好，那第1名跟第2名拉出有0.6的秒差。好，第2名跟第3名只有0.2的秒差。好，那这个。英国人他分别3个所属不同的车队，所以你要想看他们通力合作，基本上看不到。因为呢，我们去年在葡萄牙的世界杯就看到英国人什么叫内斗，自相残杀，直接互相射来射去。好，我们来看到周延成在第26位，跟第1名的秒差是19.4。好，周延成是在第16位，然后我们的大陆同胞，好，大陆的代表在第32位。好，我们都代表 J-Way International Racing Team。好，周胜伟，伟哥的 J-Way International。好啦，我们来期待下一场比赛。等一下应该就是 DD2Master 吧。
Ethan, Jeff Hall and Higgins are. Their task has got a lot harder, but Jenny Wade is down in the pit lane chatting with some member of the paddock.
From Vroom, one of our partners as well.
Hi Jen,
Jen 又在访问大家了。
Antonio, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. I know you guys. They're pretending like they don't know me. Okay, I know you.
他访问的这个啊，这个也是在欧洲蛮有名的车队。
It's nice. We always been calling this like the motorsport Olympics. So it's nice for us.
他说啊，这个根本就是一个赛车界的奥林匹克。他真的把 rotax 讲得很高端的。
You have all on the same machinery and a race which is enjoyable for each drivers. So we really like this kind of racing. In particular, this time we are focusing on the girls on track. Someone told me that there are 7 of them here, and we are making something special with them. So you will see on our website something special about them.
Because we met last year in Portimao.
请问一下是哪4位朋友？来，线上的朋友帮我留个言，我们知道一下是谁。我用我的烂英文帮大家即时翻译一下。
It's the greatest event in karting, in my opinion. I really love it. And yeah, catch up on our websites and on our social media.
他从网络就看到很多人来参加这比赛，蛮爽的。
Yeah, so follow on Vroom, and we look forward to it. We're going to go watch the next race.
Yeah, okay,
Thank you.
Let's go. Bye. Bye.
好，跟大家介绍一下，现在访问的人是叫 Jen。
Thank you
好，
very much.
下一组别呢是 DD2 啊。
Now to DD2 Masters. I'm
Master.
going to be joined in the commentary box by one of the team members from the Bahrain International Circuit. But I think obviously, well, the team here at Bahrain have been working so tirelessly here. I can understand that Saleh
意大利人真的是也是蛮强的，他居然戴一个悟空的帽子啊！
Call a race solo. Unfortunately for you, you have to put up with just.
请问一下线上的朋友，4位是可以来打个招呼啊。
Coming in on social media where you're watching from.
我们来看能不能找到我们的 Uncle Roger。
Yesterday it was Dennis Thum from Germany who took the win.
哎呦，这个安全帽蛮帅的，意大利这个车手。
508 car of Dennis Thum. Looking at his grand finals record, 6th last year, 10th back in 2019. He's always very, very happy, and quite sensibly, a lot of the Masters drivers trying to find shade where they can.
去年的 Master 应该就是刚刚好36位没有淘汰，所以全部都可以进 final 决赛。那今年我们来看一下这个。 参赛的名单。哎 ，Uncle Roger 在这边左下角，看到吗？
DD2 Masters champion. He won MAX Masters as well in 2009. 59 years young now.
好，对 ，Uncle Roger 他基本上我们这个跑。
Because it's his last race, we've allowed to keep the team name just
下一场啊
for the inimitable Christoph.
我们上一场的 Senior Max 总共有2、4、6、8台没有跑完哎。
Federico Rossi, the 36-year-old from Riccione in Italy. There's Rubens Barrichello, focused. He's got the retro Barrichello style crash helmet.
好 ，Barrichello。F1 赛车手，大家记得吗 ？Michael Schumacher 的队友 Barrichello 来自巴西的车手，他去年还是跑 Senior 跟年轻人斗，今年学聪明了，还是跑来 Master 比较好搞。但是呢，他现在目前的排位应该也是在第1、2、3、4、5、6第6位。
You know, he does both himself and Fernando Barrichello, who is testing a Formula 4 car the week after this event, and Rubens will be jetting out to, I can't remember where it is, it's Spain possibly, to
好，跟大家一起看这个成绩啊。
And yeah, Rubens, he thinks, well, if I'm going to be at a racetrack with my sons, I may as well get in a cart or a vehicle myself. There, the 2023 Bahrain World Championship. Fantastic crash helmet. Is that a... without wanting to cast, there's some spaghetti on top of his helmet. That is table 17. Wait, clean up on table 17.
好，我在跟我们的现场技师洪胜雅，我在跟他赖啊。 大家一起加油啊！台湾队 Chinese Taipei 我们的最大的工作跟目标呢，就是 keep going， 一直往上。 每一节进步，每一节进步就 OK 了。来看到这个弯有没有？这个弯出来一定会看到国旗。来，我们看我们第一个弯，第一个国旗就是台湾国旗。好，现在 DD2Master 已经出 pit 了，第一圈的 warm up lap， 暖胎圈。
Who has got plenty of support from back home in New Zealand. And a big hi to Tiffany Chittenden, who is watching in the UK but is now based in New Zealand. I hope that you are doing well and tell your dad, behave yourself, Mike. Now it is Dennis Term on the outside of row number 1. Nicola Pico.
好了，暖胎圈过一半了，我们准备啊。过了接下来2个弯之后，开始对位。我们来看一下 Uncle Roger 在第几位？目前 Uncle Roger 排名在24，我看这个太后面了 ，sorry 啦，不是故意的，大概在20多位。好，对位，我赶这个后面冲很快，很不小心有可能会碰到前车就缩保杆的。好了，对 ，Section Street。好，对位对位，有成功起跑吗？看起来没有很精准呢。哎，有起跑成功，砰，撞出去了。
MiniMax commentator Kyle Lawrence is also in the middle
好
of the pack there.
来到第4个弯，哇，很挤。OK， 过了。好，目前头车顺利拉出大概在点3到点4的空间。我们看到 Uncle Roger 应该是安全的通过，在内线，在外线，大概在看一下名次哦。Uncle Roger number position 22， 第22名。好，第一圈顺利通过这个 MAX B+D， 他55.5秒。我们的 Uncle Roger 目前是59.29， 需要加把劲儿啊！我期许他的目标前10名完赛。台湾的 Uncle Roger 前10名啊，拜托。Nicolas 第2名。好，澳大利亚第1名，法国第2名，德国第3名，罗西第4名 ，Barry Carroll 第6名。我希望 Uncle Roger 进到前20名，他的国旗才会秀在我们的首页上面。我们看这个最右手边首页。好 ，On board DD2Master， 哎，看都没有碰到哎，下坡。左弯，右弯。好，现在第3圈了，我们来看一下 Uncle Roger 目前的秒数。哎，他刚好第20名哦 ，Uncle Roger。等一下就会出现在我们的国旗了，来看一下，请看国旗即将出现，第20名 Roger Young， 56.6， 还要 hold 好这个位置啊。好，第1名的秒数已经来到53.9了。Uncle Roger 是55.6， 加油！好，这个及时的秒数啊！好，第1名现在轻松了，拉开大概0.5以上。我很期待看到第6名的 Barry Carroll 可以，哇，一个黄旗！我发现呢，在这个 DD2Master 上面，大家都是比较有经验的车手，所以大家在塞内线上面都会算蛮凶狠的。 因为他们都已经不是小朋友了，就是出来输赢的啦，所以他们就真的会比较凶一点。毕竟在各个国家也都是年度冠军出现的，所以都是蛮凶狠的。好，现在赛事来到第5圈了，进1号弯。2号弯、3号弯塞。好 ，Roger 样目前还是 hold 住20名的位置啊，但是他的秒数好像比21名稍微慢了一点，要稍微 hold 一下，加油！塞啊，后面一路塞上来，哇！这个第1名拉开，这个 Matthew 已经拉开最起码1秒的秒差了。哇 ，Roger 样被超了啊，掉2个位置。Barrichello 上升一个名次，第5名。
Barrichello now up into 5th position. Looks over his shoulder to make sure that Eckholt doesn't come back at the inside. Oh, and Eckholt loses another place.
Okay.
That was Nicola Pico making a very aggressive move going into turn number 1. Barrichello now running in 5th. Up towards turn number 5. Tankavicius in front of Barrichello makes the move on.
其实他们刚刚这个起跑算起跑的蛮好的，然后在塞内线的部分啊，就都算蛮精准的。好，现在8号弯，现在这个领先车手，哦，现在颜色出来了，第1名是红色。好 ，Roger 样目前第22名。加油加油加油加油！第1名拉开了秒差，我看已经超过1秒了哦。第2名要被塞了。Rossi is in trouble. 现在前段班分3个集团，哇，哎，很顶很顶。塞过了，美国队的车手，不要再回头了。你看美国队直接比手势，就哎 ，go go go， 往前，我们先不要斗车，先往前塞。啊，又黄旗了，发生什么事？哇，有人在路边掉下了。劳伦斯啊 ，Lawrence 掉下。His mood when he comes back for the mini max races later on. 赛事最后2圈。He said he was going to have fun. He said when you're fast, Kingsman Matthew. And in this race, sadly, Kyle was neither fast and there was no fun to be had because he's watching the rest of the race from the sideline. Meanwhile, Kinsman's lead is shrinking, although it does appear as though Kinsman is sort of managing the gap now over Dennis Turm has got a very, very quick go-kart under him, however. Tankavicius in 3rd, then a train of karts for 4th place, led still just by Rossi. 好 ，Roger 样刚刚的秒数有点掉下来，怎么掉到55.2？ Rodriguez and Eckholt right behind him. We move on to the penultimate lap of the race. Through turn 2, now begins the elevation changes. Looking a little bit further back, there's Tankavicius in the black, yellow, and green. 第3名 Lithuania, and still, well, Barrichello 准备对第2名进攻了。Cooper is now looking at the rear bumper of Rossi's kart, and I have to say that Ben Cooper out on the outside of Rubens Barrichello at turn 5 in yesterday's Barrichello 又掉到第6名啦。老八。好，第1名拉开的秒差有1秒。第2名的第3名的秒差有2秒。第2名目前的秒数在急起直追，在往第1名推进。好，目前的最速圈由第3名做出来，53.359。好 ，last lap。 最后一圈 ，Roger 一样在第22名。好，最后一圈先完赛，先求完赛，等一下起跑我们再往前 push。哇哟，这个好远，就从后面射过来了。好 ，Barry Carroll 又往前推进了第5名。OK。Roger 一样23名完赛。啊，太紧张了。
Ryan Urban in 2015, and they've got another potential winner on their hands this year in Matthew Kinsman, Dennis Toom in second, Martinez Tankevicius is third, Cooper is fourth.
好了，我们来看前面的车手有没有帮伯印。
Pico in 8th, Wang is 9th, and Martin Konopka rounding out the top 10 ahead of
第3名直接上升11个名次啊，第4名更猛啊，上升16个名次啊，超级会剪刀。有，还有一场。有的。
So did Kyle Lawrence, Scott Howard, Dmitry Kofanov, Lucas Souza, and Nicolas Masinas. Sadly, Sung-Hoon Moon from South Korea has had to withdraw from the event after a very spectacular crash in practice, from which he is thankfully unharmed. Oof. There is a desultory glance from number 508. Dennis Toom, well, I don't know why he shouldn't be upset. He's finished second and has probably secured pole position or pole position. Matthew Kinsman, he's certainly going to be.
其实这场地啊，我还蛮想去试看看的，因为据说啊，他平常也有办一些小比赛，这个我到再问问看，去参加这场比赛要花多少钱。当然就不是这么盛大的世界杯比赛，就是比较像我们平常在台湾力宝啊这种当地的 local 比赛。
Show you the results, but as you look at the race results and some of the images from around this.
据说今年亚洲杯有多位朋友要去参加比赛啊。亚洲杯今年呢，在1月20多号，在马来西亚的雪邦赛车场。好，来报成绩啊！第1名 Matthew Kingsman Right Kart， 第2名 Dennis Toom 在意大利，第3名是不会念，这个也不知道是哪个国家，不好意思。第4名是 Ben Cooper， 第5名是 Barry Carroll。好，我们来看 Roger 样第几名？疯狂 Roger 样第23名，来自 Chinese Taipei Republic of China 的 Island of Taiwan。OK，J-Way International。好的，我们目前 Roger 已经到了中段的这个摇滚区。嗨，欢迎留言，欢迎留言。小谷，你觉得这个有比葡萄牙大吗？好像有
看起来是有。
它的腹地好像比较大哈。
对。它旁边停车场就在旁边，这样蛮方便，不用走很远。
上次我们那个走蛮远的。
对，而且他们天气蛮好的，葡萄牙超冷。
妈的嘞，他们天气真的太好了，沙漠国家还不会下雨，
对吧？
哪像我们去葡萄牙多克难，一下雨胎一下干胎。 全餐都吃完了，去这个巴黎好像真的不会下雨没有雨战的可能天哪，太好了吧！
你说他们现在那边几点？晚上？
现在当地的，我们来看巴林时间。现在下午2点33分，巴林当地时间。
Ruben's great to have you back here again. Third time at the Grand Finals.
晚一点，
but what a race.
他现在访问到 Barry Carroll 了，来见。
Tankavicius as well.
No, it was a good fight. We need to look after Cooper. Cooper is flying. So apart from
他说 Cooper 是用飞的。
The old man is doing okay. So I'm over the moon to be here. Eduardo just had a fantastic race from 28th to 9th third year. He's dead up.
Yeah. Of course, last time he just missed out on the podium. I'm sure this time he's really working hard to be there.
He's working really hard. As much as I am, it's my first time at Masters.
他说他第一次跑 Master， 他居然遇到这么样的强敌。
32-year-old here, man. Hey, I'm 51. Just is a wake-up call for the rules.
他说我已经51岁了，不要搞我啊。
Over the moon. What I enjoy the most is for people.
他其实确实还是蛮享受这个比赛的。我觉得 Barry Carroll 人蛮可愛的，而且这个 F1 之後他人很好，幾乎大家人去找他拍照，他來者不拒。
I love DD2 and I love this event.
他说他比較喜歡 DD2， 因為 DD2 是蠻有挑戰性的。但是我記得他去得到這個世界盃門票，他是開 MAX 的 Master 組得到門票的。應該是在美國站。
So I want to say hi to all the Brazilians, brasileiros que estão vendo aí. Muito obrigado. Tamo junto. Valeu.
Thank you.
Thank you.
我剛剛就在講你啊，大毛。
Ruben's smiling.
要去亞洲盃的大毛哥。
DD2 races on board Kovacs, a former vice champion here in the grand finals on board the DD2 class, the ultimate class. We saw Leonardo Baccaglini running away with the first race yesterday. We're going to see him.
这个每一次在比赛的环节空档之中啊，这个 Henry 就会去拉人来访问。他是2016年的 Junior Rotax Max 的 Champion。
Yes, we can indeed. 2 10-lap races. There's Leonardo Baccaglini. That's a Jody Scheckter style crash helmet there. A little bit of a nod to the history of our sport. Daniel Marilyn competing this week as a neutral athlete in the blue and white race suit. And then you have number 4, 3, 4 car.
靠你上台我就访问你，好不好
？International Trophy Champion, the Italian driver there, number 414, Michael Rosina.
如果亚洲杯有这样子的这个直播平台的话，我们就直播给大家看，然后打比赛讲干话。
Denmark, Hungary, Ben Sabo. What would you advise? Okay, if you're sitting in Ben Sabo's seat right now, how did he do yesterday? What would be your thought process going forward?
我应该是不会跑吧，我这么慢。还是先求赞助，寻求赞助一起去跑亚洲杯。不，你们有没有需要那个随行的访问团，或者是像专业的媒体设备，我们可以去。有没有需要专业的媒体吗？我们可以帮你们做特辑。哎，你们这个有多少人跑？我们可以当随行的那个媒体团嘛，好不好？我们先请盛伟哥帮我们申请媒体证，然后我们就可以亚洲杯在马来西亚雪邦，不错哦，马来西亚小谷也很熟，跟我去过一次了。但是现在小谷胃口比较大，需要商务舱，因为飞太比较远。OK 啦。 有需要媒体欢迎洽询，好不好？我们基本上我们不收酬劳的，免酬劳，我们只要时速公时速就可以了，好不好？ 公时速还有公交通，忘记少讲一个交通。晚上行程可以带你们去，没关系，我那边很熟。马来西亚没问题啊。
From the winter, from the snow.
From the snow, plenty of.
这一组呢是 DD2 Senior。不会。嗨，欢迎来看直播，来看高杰比赛，来看我拉比赛。晚上真的要靠我，没有错。好，现在是 DD2， 我们来看一下现在的。真的，欧洲我可以参加。现在有知道明年世界杯跑哪里了吗？好像还不知道，对不对？高杰，这场是高杰。我们看高杰在第几个 row， 第几排。
And Alexander Plotnikov on row 6. Antoine Brosio and Lucas Pernod, row 7. Pernod retired from his first race.
好，对位，准备要起跑了。
On row number 8.
哇，第9排是加拿大女生哎，好像蛮可爱的哦。高杰一定有寄到电话，妈这个不要脸。
Tom Braken and Olivier Bedard on row number 11. Thomas Massado, Patrick Lockmellis on row number 12. We look down the
高杰继续高，第14排。
10 laps, 36 drivers. If you're down at the back like Luke
OK, go， 准备起跑了。大家先专心看一下。
This is the time you have to go. If you're back at
这起跑很塞哎。
You could try and manage the race as much as possible.
出去了。
And that is the red and white race suit, possibly Martin Janowski.
好，顺利前5名跑开。
Peruvian as well. Could be our camera cart, Daniela Ora. The camera cart has not had good luck so far today. Matias Rodriguez did quite well.
这个弯大家很喜欢塞哦。
The red and white suit of Team Canada, who went out, but up at the front, Zombo Baccaglini, he hasn't had the same great start that he had in race number 1. But not by a huge amount.
Yes, for sure. So now
好了，出发了。
started to defend. I think he can make a little bit of gap behind him. I'm happy for Banda because he is P4 and
第一圈大家算安然度过了，好不好？
But we will see what's going on later.
高杰呢，目前名次有上升，来到第25名。这一圈是58秒7。我希望高杰等一下可以进到前20名，我们才能在这个直播的首页看到我们的台湾国旗。
1.5 seconds behind 35th place driver Juan Pablo Rico. Let's see.
第一名是意大利的朋友。
452 driver, the 18 to 19-year-old from Toronto, can pick his way to the pack. Baccaglini once again looking like he's in control side by side. Sanyalos Daniel Maulam fighting back.
小富哥可以去看高杰上到第18名了，完全神准呐！我叫他来到第一个页面就第一个页面呐，太好了！他如果进到前15名，应该就蛮有机会的哦。加油，55.6。 第3圈就上到18名了，可以哦。
So for the moment, for sure, he needed to defend a few corners, but now he just need to push and catch up the guys in front of him.
Yeah, because now the driver that was attacking
高技
Martin Janowskis is now being put under pressure from Harry Hannum.
好，第一名的秒数是54.05，然后高杰是55.6，差第一名大概1秒2。 哇，后面撞一坨啊！这还是再重申一次，这种大比赛完赛才是王道，就太塞或者是太那个的话，你的整个积分会往后掉。它这个世界杯的算法就是它每个 heat 的积分加起来，然后一直往前推进。 我们现在看车祸画面。然后这个 corner 呢，我看他们有几个蛮厉害的，是完全直接像我们骑闪电弯一样。这个是左弯，我应该会蛮快的。闪电弯是右弯，我真的慢。这个左弯我专门的。哦，高杰又上升一位，第17了。You're coming through left hand with the left front is slightly off the ground. Does that mean the kart is too grippy, handling well, or what?
It's just
16了，高杰16了。
Tries to stick, but it cannot. So that's
加油！
哎呦，
高杰今年比赛运还不错哦，蛮好的哦。
That's not a great thing.
Not really.
可以哦，加油加油！
You don't want that too much to have.
No, not too much. But Daniela Ora has
高杰的秒数来到536，哇，跟第1名差0.2而已哎。Keep pushing。目前的最速单圈做出来是53.1。好，高杰第16，加油，撑5圈。太棒了，我们在。
So obviously another incident coming out of turn number 8, and of course is that because drivers don't have to worry about track limits? There's Daniel.
太棒了，我们在这个首页啊，看到台湾国旗啊，这个高杰16了，15、16名啊，加油加油加油加油！
Yes, exactly, and that's another point from that corner is quite opened up at the exit, so you can be a bit braver than the rest of the track.
但高杰去年在葡萄牙是蛮衰的啦，起跑就在5号弯直接被撞掉，2场都这样。
Yes, it can happen easily.
哎呀，高杰刚刚被超了，现在目前第17啊，不行，他这个 heat 的成绩啊，应该要在第12、13名，他才蛮有机会来跑 final。目前的最速单圈是第2名做出来的53.08，然后高杰的是目前是看一下他的状况。 目前是535，好，535最速。
Yeah, in this lap, Sarniela is faster, so I think at the moment,
加油加油
Maglini cannot really slow down too much, because otherwise they will catch him easily. So we will see what he can do. At the moment, I think he needs to push to make a little bit more gap as well.
Yeah, so he can't relax just yet.
第15名的车手做出529嘞。
Putting his head down to try and close in on Ben Sabo. Why do drivers?
高杰比前一个车手快蛮多的，应该有机会上去哦。
I don't know, because I'm not that tall. But to be
千万
honest,
不要
it's
出
like
状
our
况
dynamic
啊！
thing, and for sure, you know, your blood is just rushing you, and you want to push.
哎，感谢各位朋友进来一起来看比赛。每次看到世界杯路边停很多车，都觉得很尴尬。他们都是在各国数1数2的车手，没想到来这边高手过招，总是会出事的。 好，高杰上到16名没问题。目前他跟15名的 Matthew 是一样的秒数啊。好，还有2圈，还有2圈，撑着，兄弟们。
Yes, it is that close. Now we'll look down to see where Savalio is back to 21st. That's
高杰目前第16名，加油！哎，看到红色的红包飞过去，他应该蛮有机会再往前塞2个位置。我看前面2个车不是很稳定。
Zabo, Hanum, Yanovskis, Barbarou, Plotnikov, and Brogio. Quite a spread out race, but again, a lot of these drivers.
我觉得他这2个的右弯应该蛮常有人出去的。好，高杰第15名了，很好，果然神准如我预料。应该他会再上升2个名次，他目前看起来的秒数上来讲还不错。 目前的速度上还不错，应该可以再上升1到2个名次。周末
Well, there may be a second,
小富哥也要跑尾牙杯吗？
than the senior Rotax karts, but because the front brakes, the forces are much higher. The tires do get used a
小
lot
弟，我
more.
去美国太久太
Yes, yes,
爽，
and they
要回来
are
减
heating
肥
up a
了。
lot earlier than other classes as well, so that's why.
哎，高捷第14名，没问题。
So the front tires heat up quicker.
再往上，再往上，再冲一下，还有一圈，还有一圈。
With the front brakes.
Yes.
高捷的前2台车应该在斗车。
Seconds separates the top 7.
好，我们看这个即时秒数，看得到他们应该在斗车，应该蛮有机会追上去的。
From Janowskis, there they go coming into turn number 6. There's Hannum in the black race suit, the green crash helmet, running a little bit wide, going out over turn number 5 there. He just got on the curb and settled the cart. He's got to get back in
1月
his
初啦，
rhythm.
应该是1月6号而已，还好，6号、7号应该还好。
Is a gap of 2.5 seconds to Barbaru, Plotnikov, Brozio.
周末嘛，6日，而且力宝你不用练车啊，小富哥。
He's 22nd. He had, I think, one crashes. He was involved in the first
Oh,
one
last lap.
straight after the start, and then he had a small one. So
头车，
considering that,
头车过终点。
okay result.
OK， 没问题 ，Momente。高捷第14名完赛。哎呦，这进 final 有一点看头，有点机会哦。来，我们看高捷上升14个名次啊，好夸张啊，高捷。但第14名这个14个名次，第11名的上升25个名次，他从最后一名干到第11名，好扯哦。
Yes, from last position to P11. That's a big job done for him.
Adrian Leo Romero.
好，小富说这周去力宝，好啊，力宝你加油。 然后这周我也在力宝。那 OK， 这个是哪一个朋友呢？可以打个名字吗？
In 18th position, recovering as best he could.
我应该会去永安啊。小富哥问我是不是在永安，我应该会去永安啊。就是周末的话，先运动一下，不然我去了18天，去美国18天，每天耍废，吃到饱，吃到吐，又胖了3公斤。先回永安练一下身体。我本来今年 TKC 力宝的最后一站跑完，我想说，我要那个风安全帽，暂时不开卡丁车。哦，泽野，泽野加油啊！明年靠你了，明年要靠你往前塞。大家一起揪一下来跑尾牙杯啊！重点是来抽奖啊！
Yes, it can happen.
尾牙杯抽奖哦，抽奖抽车票，哎，来报名次哦。第1名到第13名都不重要，第14名就是我们的高技高。每次那个 Henry 啊，在报那个赛事播报都叫。 He's come from Taiwan, Church Taipei， 技高，都讲他是技高啊，好。尾牙杯是1月6号、7号，永安的尾牙杯1月6号、7号。来抽奖啦，来抽奖啦，可以的。而且只收60台车哦。
For sure, but I think these drivers have loads of experiences, so I think there is not so much new thing for them.
Okay, no problems. Well, you're looking at the results on our screen.
有第30名之后都 DNF 好扯哦。好，我们要看健的访问了。
Baz Lammers, you're here at the grand finals. We were just having a bit of a laugh about things. I won't ask you how your driver is going.
好，我们来看一下，现在健在访问这边的一个车队领队，他是 MKC 的 Motorsport。我们可以看到这个背景啊，它这个背景就是所有的这个车辆的准备区。好，上面大家都会挂国旗，其实来的时候是没有国旗的，来的时候只有你看到这个角落有没有？现在人走过去，这个角落上面还有一个那个牌，你就是写 Grand Final， 然后80，然后跟你的名字，然后跟国家。所以这些国旗啊， 都是车手们自己带来的。然后大部分呢，同一个国家的车手，他就会帮你排在一起，都会帮你排在一起。然后去年的部分呢，我们1团体的电车跟所有大部分的这个整备区是分开的，我们是 VIP 区，但今年没办法，80哦没有 VIP 区，大家是全部打在一起。我们看后面这边有什么国家？来，土耳其、意大利、德国、阿根廷，那个后面那个应该是希腊。然后意大利、菲律宾、法国，然后我们最嗨的时候在什么时候？你知道吗？在这个比赛完要收车的时候，有一些人呢其实没有进 final， 他们在倒数第2天的时候，他们就会开始轻油拉引擎。看小富哥讲的就没有错了，有妹，真的，其实国外还蛮多妹啊在玩这个卡丁车的，他们只要进去哦，他们也很聪明啊，他们每次啊比完一场比赛就会把赛车服脱掉，穿小可爱，就吸引大家的目光。你看。
Did you drive on this circuit?
I've been driving on this circuit, but just with a rental car. But
Were you fast?
No, not. I was not so fast because I used to drive. I'm not fast.
I don't believe you. I think you just let the others pass you because you were thinking about the circuit.
那个大毛说有马来妹是不是？没问题，晚上我会处理马来妹给这个去跑亚洲杯的大家。但是费用金额自负哈，费用金额自负。好，今天刚刚跑的是 Heat 2， 目前今天跑完了所有的 Heat 2。好，那个 DD2 的 Senior 目前都是排在压轴。
There is a difference between winners and champions.
Well, that's why you're here, and we know you're a champion, and he's very, very lucky to have you here. Your driver is very lucky. So I hope you enjoy it, have fun. We're going to go watch the next race, and we wish you luck. Thank you so much, Baz. Nice to see you.
Thank you very much. See you next time.
Oh, well, that's great to hear from Bas Lammers.
今天的 Heat 2
one of the real characters now working. I think you're working with.
等一下就 Heat 3了哦。
We've got lots of
等一下
messages
就
coming in on
在
social media. I'll try and go through them now.
Serving
Case Boyce, the Dutch driver, getting plenty.
等一下就是 mini 组 ，mini 组3.18分。
Obviously here cheering his son Christopher on and his nephew
mini
Roger,
组的
but cheering on the Lebanese
3.18
team.
分。
Leander Engelbert from Norway.
20分钟之后。
cheering on the Norwegians.
没有哦，今天还有 Heat 3哦，还有 Heat 3哦。Qualifying Heat 3，Heat 3结束后才会知道到底是谁进 Final。今天有 Heat 3，有 Heat 3。有 Heat 3，有3个 Heat， 今天有 Heat 3个 Heat。
Now, we'll run through this next group. So this is from, I think, Instagram. We've got support for Willem-Jan de Loos supporting the Dutch, Renata supporting Joao Gonçalves, Nicolas Guillaume from Belgium getting.
他们的算法是这样子啊 ，Pre-final 就是有3个 heat， 那这个就是最后的 Pre-final 了，因为他们这个是交叉混组。
As well, Timino, American photographer, saying good luck with Henry's voice surviving the event. Well, that's why I've got great co-commentators like Zombor Kovacs with me.
刚刚高杰是在 B+D 这一组。
Corey Carson getting some support from Hunter Fischel. Let's have a little look.
我跟你讲，明天就 final 了。
Austria getting plenty of love. So Anais Versailles supporting Belgium. Elia Papachena cheering for himself. Well, someone's got to. Molly Griffiths from the GMS
更正
team.
明天是 pre-final 今天是 qualify， 这个今天是在拼大家进决赛的。小富哥，那个 pre-final 呢是明天，今天都是 qualifying hit。 全部都是 qualifying heat， 所以他们会交叉混跑，然后明天会有 pre-final， 就是进决赛的这些人。好，明天的 pre-final 只有进2组人 ，A 组跟 B 组。好，明天的 pre-final 是 A 组跟 B 组，所以它有4个组嘛，1组36台，所以它会淘汰一半的人。
Social media guru here is making sure that all the comments coming in on our official online platforms are being shown. So, DD2 once again, this is the second half. Ragnar Vieras, Jakob Purcell, Rasmus Friedel. Spoke to Rasmus last night. He had that crash on the opening corner, was then coming back through the pack and had another crash.
And again, yes.
But he said his cart is okay, frame was fine, but he said it made it more fun to watch. It's hard so that he knows he's got a fast cart, but he cannot make another mistake.
Yeah, that's not a good point. But now from P3 he can fight for a good spot, so we can see him I think fighting hard.
现在是80时间的2点58分，要跑 Qualify Heat 2 B 加 D 组 ，Qualify Heat 2 B 加 D 组。刚刚那个高杰跑的是 DD2 的 Qualify Heat 2 A 加 C 组，刚刚讲错了啊。这个也是 DD2 啊。我们来看第1名是谁？好，这一组没有台湾人，我们就看大家神仙打架，高手互斗一下。第15排有一个法国妹妹啊。他们这个对位真的对得很慢，超慢。可是你看第1路就会这样拉开，这样前前后后，前前后后。这个起跑会成功吗？看起来蛮乱的。好像有跟上哦。敢贱呢！哇，1号弯大约要塞了。其实第5台车它有故意拉开很多，但是还是起跑成功了。这个弯可以看到我们台湾国旗。
That's one job done for him. So now from P2 he can work for sure.
Brazil runs in 3rd position, and then behind Brazil, Mwatsi looking good in 4th. Boyd is there.
这组的起跑相对和平很多。
From the Flying Dutchman, Martin van Leeuwen, and we did have another message from one of our Polish fans in the E20 class.
大毛问说，印象中圣雅的日本技术也有跑，没错 ，Take 上。
So I do apologise. My English is not very good because I am Welsh. There we are. End of lap.
他可以上跑是这一组啊。
My Estonian is even worse, but I know that the people of Tallinn will be.
他可以上目前在24名。大毛正确，他可以上是有跑的。
So far, there's Gonzalo Coutinho. Oh, that was Seb Boyd, I believe. Race Liberanti is in the mix as well. Liberanti running around the outside, and this is going to be tight. Just about make it through. It's very difficult coming down the hill, isn't it, Zombo?
Yes, it's not easy to defend and attack at the same time as well. So we could see now, but they could clearly do it. So.
Yes, out of turn number 11, down the hill towards turn number 12. And again, a lot of jostling, bumping and barring, and of course, if a gap opens up, we just saw the move there. I think that could have been Enzo Montesinos, one of the drivers from Chile. We've got some very distinctive race suits there. Those blue and green race suits from Chile, very, very easy to spot. Sometimes when a gap opens up, you just have a split second. Oh, and a problem.
目前亚洲杯有多少人跑啊，大毛哥
？Two of the leaders, it's Venus and it's
撞了。
what has gone on? No, it's Friedel and Van Leeuwen. I do apologise. Virus is still there. Moatsi second. Bezel third. Oh, Rasmus Friedel. What has gone wrong there? Obviously a battle. And
哇，他可以上到第19名啊
Yeah, it's not the one what you have again a crash. So from this it's going to be really hard to fight for the final.
Yeah, Rasmus Friedel. He's had one now. I'm looking up. No, he has not come round. He's not come to the next second time.
哎呦，塞内线，第3名干到第2名。加藤是跑 DD2 的 Master 嘛？等一下，我们来看一下加藤的成绩啊，大毛帮你看加藤的成绩。明年你的动作就是你的标准就是要干掉加藤嘛？哦，他是跑单数啊。哦，亚洲杯，了解。加藤这一次是来世界杯跑 DD2 哦，听说是这样子啦。等一下来研究一下。
Yes. So for the moment, for Victor is the easiest spot, but you can have just.
那你去亚洲杯肯定要搞加藤啊。
You can catch them up. If not, then just try to look for the tire.
小富哥，加藤就是单数的 Master。
Yeah, so Victor Frost Bay in 4th position. He'll be still trying, and you can see.
And he made the fastest lap as well. By the time.
He still is definitely trying. But Moatsi runs a little bit wide. Now, there's that kart parked right on the apex of turn number 5, and that will mean one of the main overtaking opportunities on the circuit is gone. We're halfway through the race. I'm sure the marshals will do their very best to clear it, but with
加藤没有跑，原来是这样。
still running and quite spread out, you don't always have much time, do you?
It's not that easy, and it's a heavy kart, so it's not just you go there and just make away from.
Yeah, so Victor Frost Bay, another new fast is that 53.0, and that was 0.3 of a second faster than the race leader. Bezel closing in. Well, great work from the marshals. They've moved the kart a little bit, and the yellow flags are in, so that is fair game.
Yes, free to overtake there, and now again, as we've seen, Senderu made up again 17 places and made the fastest lap. So
52.9. 52.9. So hang on a sec. So Zeru is 7th. Here's your top 4. Then there is a gap of 2.7 seconds back to Sebastian Boyd and David Auleshner running 5th and 6th. There they are, nose to tail, coming down the hill. And then behind those two cars, all on its own,
DD2 Master 没有日本人，那他应该就是放弃喽。因为我记得我们在跑力宝的收官战的时候。 Roger 是讲说他有拿到 DD2 Master 的门票，就是加藤啊。
Race suit behind Deru is Race Liberanti, Noah Hip, Guillermo Pena Diaz, Christos Oikonomou, Kolmanic, Van Leeuwen recovering the 13th, Montesinos, and now the top 4 are together.
看一下 Take 上 ，Take 上目前在第18名。
To fight as well, and Bechel made a move actually on Ragnar, so new leader.
哎，那个小富哥，我觉得加藤去跑DD2，他应该跑不完，他应该真的会放弃。那他是不是放弃？没有人递补啊？ 所以DD2 Master 只有35台车参加，等一下看一下成绩。
Normally, just
应该是36台没错。
Save some points. I think yesterday he had a good result as well. So he just I think just watch out for the front and see what the others do.
小富哥真的要帮单数 Master 出头一下啦！你也是旅外车手啊，你在上海对不对？上赛这么帅气。哦，原来他也有来80跑过 DDM 哦。 小富哥说他2021年80有跑过 DDM， 成绩不好。
Yes, of course. So they for sure if we.
那周延成也是2021年来80跑 ，Senior Max 对不对？
After some limits, there is just no point to fight.
单数是他嘛？
Yeah, I almost said he made a move.
因为21年我还没有接触卡丁车，我不是，好像有接触，可是我不知道是谁跑的。21年是蔡晨阳跟周延成嘛。蔡晨阳跑 DD2 嘛，周延成跑单数，好像是这样，对不对？有人可以回答我这个问题吗？我不太了解。我记得是有伊森，伊森蔡晨阳我记得。
And I think the Ruben made a move on Boyd if I've seen it well. I'm not sure about.
哦，这一组的，哦，他跑的是 Junior， 哎，那21年的 Senior Max 是谁跑？哦，原来是高杰啊。
Yes, he's definitely wants to watch. So.
好，这一组也跑完了 ，DD2 的这一组也跑完了。如果这一组的分数啊，也是从后面往上喷的话，那我觉得高杰就蛮有机会进决赛的哦。小富哥说21年是林承翰，汉堡林承翰。我们等一下看一下这个最终的成绩，大家上升几位？如果啊，哦，沙诺意大利，小富哥说光头王周彦成跑的是沙诺意大利。如果这个 hit 啊，这个 hit 大家也是从后面往上喷的话，成绩都进步很多的话，那前面的人就会被积分往后打，就会有点打乱的感觉。那我觉得高杰就蛮有机会啊。没有，前面的人掉不多。
A perfect timing and a perfect win. Jakob Mazel by half a second over Philip Moitzi.
前面的人掉不多，但是我觉得应该还蛮有机会的，因为也是有人掉7个位置，掉4个位置，有人进步10几个位置，很好，很好，很好。今天要期待他们在那个 qualifying hit 3的时候，最后的成绩，才能够知道到底高杰有没有进决赛。
Yeah, but it's not impossible. So we know he's an experienced driver. So I think for the moment the P11 is still not the end of the road. So he can fight from there for sure.
And a lot of it will depend on how the other front runners battle for in the pre-final and the final itself. You know, if it's an all-out scrap.
好，现在是80时间的下午3点10分，所以现在 Mini Max 已经在
Obviously, yes. If
集结了。
We know it's a motorsport, so anything can happen.
Anything can happen.
等一下是 Mini Max 的 A 跟 D 组 ，A 跟 D 组。
Well, Zombo, thank you very much for your time today. You're going to be joining me back again in the commentary box tomorrow for the pre-final.
小富哥说单数 Master 比赛，那要找干爹赞助了。
The last 2 DD2 races because your driver is done.
这次啊，大家去跑那个当地亚洲杯比赛，好像大家都没有运车去，所以应该是在那边租车。
We will start from P9, so it's still again not
小
the
富
end
哥
of the
自己
road,
就
I would say,
是
but
自己的干
we
爹
will
嘛。
see. He still needs some experience with this E20.
可以啦。
Let's say he has done 50 laps overall so
赢
far.
的有门票哎。
So for that he is getting there and step by
小
step
富哥
moving on.
赢的有门票哦。
Of course, you could see on Zombo's shirt there, if you're looking to race Rotax in Central Europe, you've got the CEE Championship and the CEZ Championship, karting CEE.eu. That's where you can find out all the information about the Central European Championship. Again, a 6-time Hungarian champion, a vice champion in the grand final. The level of
匈牙利车手啊，这个 Henry 目前在访问的是匈牙利的冠军。
Yes, exactly. It's a really good championship. Especially our first round is always pretty hard. We have like 50 or 60 drivers in, let's say, for example, in senior. So it's a good level of racing.
你看这个冠军的那个身上有一个那个卡丁车的样式，你知道为什么吗？因为它中间这是绿色的，然后它用绿幕就会被后面的背景吃掉，很可爱。
4th CEE race. I got CEE on the brain. Oh, Sandor will be happy.
前2名都是 Saudi Car 的欧洲厂队啊。
The DD2 race. Basel, Moazzi, Virus, Frost Bay, and Alejna with Derua, Boyd, Liberanti, Hip, and Oikonomu rounding out your top 10.
小富哥，你还不懂大毛在干嘛吗？大毛在揪旅伴。
Now, Omar Alderaan.
我们就用人海战术，也要把这个冠军拉下来。
Best ever grand finals for any Saudi driver so far in 16th position, but you'll look at the remaining finishers.
他可以上怎么掉到第25名
You've glanced where your favourite has finished. Louis Large gaining a couple of positions there and has got plenty of support from back home in England. Abdulaziz Al Saud.
这也可以啦，快点！这一场有很多，这场亚洲杯啊，有很多日本车手，你去就一战成名了啦。
Another interview down in the paddock. Take it away, Jen.
So Senna, tell me, we'll come over here a little bit closer to the door. Tell me, what are you doing here? I was just talking with
What are you doing?
Also in the paddock. Now we know you as a champion in Brazil.
他是美国冠军哦。
Bring back memories, I guess, being here.
Yeah, definitely brings back memories. I always like to be in the grand finals. There's a good atmosphere around there. Yeah, this weekend normally I'm with Saudi Car. This weekend I have my driver, which I coach all year.
哲也加油，我很看好你。明年你一定要塞到前面去。
Have you driven on this circuit?
这样我才会输得心服口服。加油，哲也加油。
One of the best circuits for sure.
Now, as a coach, I guess juniors.
好像是可以买一台，然后带自己的引擎过去，对不对？
But what
这样
kind
最
of
省
things
钱
are
嘛
you working through? Are you changing setup very much, or what's happening?
No, we're not really changing setup. You can't really do much as well. But
老
yeah,
鹰
what I'm
哥
doing is I try to get him through the race.
加油
different
亚洲杯
situations,
靠
what
你
can
了
happen and what you need to do, and like give my advice or my opinion of the race, and then yeah, from that moment we can work there.
哎呦，租一颗全新引擎不错哦，好
How
哎。
difficult is it when they turn up at a new circuit, or one that they haven't raced on so often?
Yeah, it's always a challenge for them, especially when you're a bit younger. But yeah, it depends on the drive. Some pick it up quicker than others, but yeah, so far so good.
What do you love most about the grand finals, apart from obviously winning?
大毛，请问租一颗全新
No,
引擎
actually,
1
I
万
really
多是
like
不是？1
that everyone
万
is
多
in
真的
attendance.
便
There's a
宜
good
哎。
atmosphere. There's like yeah,
2000
you
块
meet a lot of new
马币
people,
是不
which
是
is？ really nice. I really like it.
It's always going to be, disappointing for people. You know what happens? They get to the weekend and it's like, am I going to be there? Am I not going to be there? But do you think when you look at the competition that there are many drivers that should be there but they're unlucky, or do you think the ones that are going to be there will be there?
觉得跑这种大比
Yeah,
赛
no,
啊
what you see this，
我
weekend
觉得真
is
的
really,
运气很重要。
slipstreaming, qualifying,
如果你可以
and
闪过
everything
这些
and
事
free
故的
track
话，
is
你
really
的名
important.
次
And
就
you
会
see
还不
some
错。
drivers they didn't have to clear lap, and they dropped down a lot. And then you need to come forward, and then we have some bumper penalties. So yeah, you definitely have drivers that are not in front. That's normally in front. But anyway, it's like one of the best drivers around the world are here. So it always, you don't know what's gonna happen. Nobody knows. So yeah, it's a big challenge.
All right, we're going to say good luck. And I know you've got to go soon, but we'll be watching. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye bye.
2000码，
Well, great to hear from Senna van Valstein.
2000码，我觉得蛮便宜的，不贵。
And of course, an ex-Grand Finals champion. We look ahead now to the third round.
好，现在
of
是
races.
Mini
So,
Max
in Mini, in Junior, in Senior, and in DD2. All the drivers will compete in 3 races. Cole Denham does not want a drink. Dad, please don't give me a drink. I'm fine. That is there is the closer, Cole Denham, on your screens now. He's already got 1 heat win so far.
现在是 Mini Max， 接着是 Junior Max。那 Mini Max 跟 Junior Max 呢？台湾都没有，台湾都没有车手。
Charlie Wolfit in front of him. In fact, is a whole host of British drivers up near the top of the timing and scoring screens. The start of this one. There is a look at some of our multitude of international media here. That's from SEC. That's
现在马币汇率低啦，好，不管2000码、300码都没关系，因为马币现在很便宜。
Now, okay, we do have a camera in the commentary box here. Hajos is one of our Hajoka Miklos is his full name, and of course when Zsombor Kovacs
小五，我们这个是看上传，对不对？我们现在顺不顺畅是看上传的速率，对不对？那我们的速率上还可以。
Now we do have a camera in the commentary box. So I'm just wondering if we can have a look because Hayos was in here and he made myself and Zsombor put the Viking hats on, and while Zsombor and I are trying to commentate on the races, there was what was going on behind the scene with the Hayos, one of our real characters here, and again, the Grand Finals is truly a unique event. The Rotax distributor network means that you have the same faces here every year. The drivers change, obviously, depending on who qualifies, but the media, 62 nations, we've got media from nearly
we've got media
covering every one of those 62 nations here this week, and it is a real cornucopia of color.
我们等一下来跟这个 Henry 合照一下。
Come the Mini-Max drivers. This will be their third
可以哦，主台湾大车队可以哦。
of 2023. It's Albert Friend and Charlie Wolfit on row number 1. Marco
所以我要跟哪个车队？
on row number 2.
还是我们欧峰跟永安组一个国际车队，好像不错哦。
Row 5, Vita Salmi and Josh Griffin. Row 6, Amaru Adriansen and if Therios.
反正我们你看，每次去力宝，熊哥也都在帮忙高老板弄东西。然后你们来永安，有时候也是跟熊哥借引擎，对不对？不错哦。
Row number 11, outside the top 20, you will see South Korea's Min-Shai Lee.
好，现在 Mini-Max 准备要起跑啦，对位了。其实我去国外看了上一场的比赛啊，我发现 Mini-Max 跟 Micro-Max 还有 Junior-Max 这3组啊，斗得不会，哇干撞了，一定有人缩保杆，这撞很大力。其实我觉得他们的马力比较小，相对他们也很刺激。他们那个问题，那个斗车的更凶狠。哎，起跑啦，顺利。然后他们年纪又轻，都不怕，全部都乱塞，每个都有脑充血。你看2、3名、3、4名，第5名直接射上去。 又换位射回来，哇，卡，后面摇滚区又卡成一团。
Yeah, just alright. So a bit of a bruise to the knee, but I'll be perfectly fine as I carry on. They build us tough in Africa.
They do indeed, and
那个 Eagle 国际驾照先办得来，我有啊，我去美国用国际驾照啊。 巴德监理站换的嘛，可以骑车可以开车。哇，干这个切西瓜！你看这个，他们每个都用骑的。因为大家这个在国际赛上面啊，都为了卡好的位置，我发现他们真的很容易缩保杆。然后看这个进2号弯，现在 replay。
going wide now. That is Friend having to defend the inside.
射内线。
Who was that? Or was that Friend making a move?
后面骑上来。
Making a move on Marco Farley, and Friend had to be quite thinking up over there. Marco Farley spent more time airborne than he has on the track.
好，目前1、2名顺利拉开，你看，又是英国人，前3名都是英国人，这不得不讲啊，这世界大国真的是赛车大国，真的很扯。
Denham and Wolfit. Now, Albert Friend, he's had a really good results, first 2 results. He can sit back and he just wait. You don't want to defend too much. It's a very hard track to defend around, isn't it? It's wide, it's fast, it's flowing, with plenty of overtaking opportunities.
Yeah, for sure. And also the defending, if you defend too tight, you actually
跑了一半了，跑3圈了。
There's so much grip on the rubber, you can actually ride around the outside of someone. So
不过这 Mini Max 跟那个 Junior Max 可能大家比较没兴趣，因为就是没有我们认识的人嘛。不过其实比赛还是蛮刺激的。哇哇，靠背啊！这个车挡路中间，跨赛了。在 Apex 上面哎。 红旗耶，靠背啊！直接红旗耶！哇塞！直接红旗！你看那前2名干得要死，为什么你知道吗？他们本来已经拉开了这个距离了，然后直接红旗，让后面直接全部粘上来，哇！大家又有机会了。等一下又可以看到难得的一线起跑了。 小富哥，因为刚刚有一台车在6号弯横跨在路中间，他们没有办法排除这个障碍，所以直接出红旗了。啊，前2名干得要死啊！前2名刚刚秒数拉开很远。这些 Mini Max 的小朋友们都很凶狠的。我跟你讲，最讨厌这个人，现在荧幕上这个黑色的。 他妈的，就是他害我进不了场地，就是他害我少跑一个 hit， 然后隔天还跟我们道歉，就是他干掉陈翔，就是他。详情可以看他，可以看他如何靠北我们。我们去年的比赛赛事内容都有记录下来，可以再回去回顾一下。你看小朋友都很可爱，有没有？发生的事情就先来找他。小朋友很天真。大毛哥，你说为什么周元成说他遇到红旗差点杀了一个人？是只差点撞死人吗？还是怎样？ 我没有看了，昨天我刚好没看。大毛哥，请回应，请告诉大家。But this is, the race director has got. This is not a child's sport that we are watching. It just so happens that the athletes are children. They are supremely talented, the best in the world at what they do. They train extremely hard. They have to give incredibly complex bits of feedback to their teams at all times. 哎，这个又是给中段班摇滚区的大家一点好机会，看很刺激耶！你看他们很赚哎，他们去一场比赛玩2次起跑，比别人多起跑1次，好好玩哦。Who just like having a little run around on the field? They've got 2 left feet, and they don't really know what they're doing. That is not the case with karting, especially at this level. Don't be fooled by their stature, ladies and gentlemen. All these drivers are highly trained, highly skilled. 有一个人在我面前起飞，这个在世界杯好像真的很常见。Rotax Romania in the glasses. Having a little look around. There's the. 周延成说有一个人在他面前起飞，然后往左转。然后呢？ And girlfriend, of course. 前面还有3、4台车。His mum's cooked me lunch, so she's my favourite. Because anyone who cooks me lunch is my favourite. I know Mrs. Niquara is very good as well. And Theo is going to be coming back and joining us later for the DD2. 靠北，一个人被压最下面，那不是差点碾过他。The grandstand. They know the cameras on them. Let's have a little look. There's with the yellow T-shirt standing up. Sorry, sir, I don't know your name. Australia are in the grandstand. Oh, Cole Denham's mum in the sunglasses there. 大家知道为什么没有去80跑这个世界杯吗？ Take the race lead now. 真的，我跟你讲，周元成讲这就没有错了。大毛说，周元成前面有一个人起飞，然后前面3、4台车，一个人被压在最下面，他直接撞上去的话，那个人直接碾爆。80世界杯啊，是他这个位置啊，真的是在沙漠地区，真的很无聊。The dads, sometimes the dads are the mechanics, 没有查过，但是应该是有。哦，昨天那个事故很严重哦，真的是没有看到。还是我有看到，我没注意到，没有红。我昨天看的时候没有红旗。好，现在呢，他们又要来展现这个一线起跑了。好，他们为什么要一线起跑呢？据说是因为这样啦。去年我们也发生过这样子的事情，就是一线起跑是因为他们还是要把原本的位置还回来，不能说啊你的后面的慢车跟你并排这样子。所以他们的做法就是一线起跑，所以他们现在要把这个位置排回一条直线上面。可能这些Mini Max 的比较没有经验，去年的 DD2 啊，大家就很有经验。
At a club level, and if you want to get into go-karting, you can do it once a month at your local track on a budget. You can buy a Rotax engine and go practice and race at your local club for a very small budget for fun. You don't need a race transporter. You can put the kart in the back of a little van or even an estate car, an easy up awning, and enjoy this sport for very little money anywhere in the world. At this level, it is obviously a different kettle of fish. Speaking of different kettles of fish, the queen of the ocean, Jen Wade, is in the paddock. Hello, Jen.
找 review.
What a nice afternoon, Jakob. That's all nice win for you as well.
Yeah, hello. Yeah,
哇，干这个起跑很猛哎。
We have still a lot of work to do, but we will see for next races.
感谢哲野发了影片来，干这个很猛哎。这个超 over 的。
Tell me what you're thinking this time when you come to Bahrain.
有这个昨天后来那个，
I don't like this track so much.
不知道是查理还是 Ego 有发那个短影片来，原来就是起跑事故啊。
Yeah, it's nice. It's more sand, but I like it more when it's night.
You like it in the night, under lights?
Yeah, more.
Yeah. Why is that?
I don't know. The track looks better than on the day.
Actually, I think you looked faster last night.
No, I'm not sure. Maybe.
But tell me, Jakob. Now, I saw you there with your brother Peter. He's also been a champion at the grand finals. It looked like he was having a pretty serious conversation. Maybe was it about the driving? Was it about the setup? What was he? Without giving too much away.
Yeah, it was both driving and setup. He came today, so I hope he will help me.
And how important is this for you? You know, normally you guys can be on the same track in any race, in the same class. So how important is it to have someone like that now?
For me, it's better when they are both.
有，感谢哲野，我刚刚已经看到你发来的影片了。
There is too many drivers and it's hard to help each other, so.
蛮刺激的。
Any particular drivers that you think you need to be aware of? I mean, you race against a lot of these guys because you race international for a long time. But are there any particular drivers where you're not sure, you've never raced them before, but they're fast?
I'm not sure. I think I know everybody, I would say. So everybody is fast. It will be hard week, and we will see.
How many grand finals now have you been to?
I think this is the 6th one. I think.
You think you've lost count?
Sorry?
You've lost the count?
Yeah.
Any favorites out of the 6?
I'm not sure. Philip is really fast. And also Xen goes from behind. Yeah. Now he finished 6th, yesterday 7th, so he's also fast. Yeah. We will see. Yeah, we will see. But anyway, we're going to let you go because I know Peter's waiting for you. Yeah. Just arrived in from Czech Republic. Yeah. It's true. Yeah.
Yep. Anyone you would like to say hi to at home?
Maybe to my grandparents. Ahoy.
Okay. Thank you for watching and good luck, Jakob. Bye.
Oh, thank you very much, Jen, and thank you very much, Jakob Bazel.
好了，我们即将要起跑了。
Track at least a DD2 heat race. It looks like we're getting set for the restart, and the drivers have been lined up in single file. So the procedure on the restart is that you do one lap. What will happen? They've completed 2 laps. So We will see if they do their third lap, and then there'll be a 3-lap race to the end. They will go around one single file, and the race will resume when they cross the start-finish line. They take the restart in the order in which they completed the last full racing lap. So
好了，一线起跑，准备开始，准备开始。
5 will be the race leader, his countryman Charlie Wolfett behind. They had a big advantage over everybody else. That advantage has now gone. Albert Friend and Vicente Garcia will be right behind him. And there is, who's that getting up out of their go-kart? That's Matteo Quinto from Team USA, who is out of position. So, of course, the officials now need to rejig some of the carts into the order because, of course, on the lap that the red flag was thrown, there would have been position changes. So, for example, Quinto was running 12th at the end of lap 2, but he was further up the order than that in the line. The same goes now. That is Miss Martin Salt being moved down towards the rear of the field. He was running in 21st position, so there will be a slight adjustment. I can see the number 1, 2, 1 the race order at the end of lap number 2 was Cole Denham, Charlie Wolfett, Albert Friend, Vicente Garcia. Marco Fali was running in 5th. Maxim Bobrishov was 6th. Joao Pereira 7th. Feliciano Bruschki in 8th. Then Josh Griffin in 9th. Alexis Bayerjon in 10th. Amaru Adriansen is 11th, followed by Matteo Quinto, Ruben Gutierrez, Nicolas Casarino, and Alexander Rodowski. That is your top 15. Paolo De Grandi, Stefan Stefanovsky, Spice Rigali, and then Tommy Hart with Minshai Lee rounding out the top 20. Martin Soltis runs 20.
好了，即将要准备起跑啦。
Solokovlev
这边目前来统计一下，有多少人去世界杯？不，亚洲杯。那个各位亚洲杯参赛车手，你们有没有想要请这个赛事媒体？我们可以参加，好不好？我们现在目前的等级都算是蛮专业的，帮你们制作美好的回忆。 专属影片哦，跟这个世界杯一样，会有专属的影片跟highlight哦。好啦，红旗结束，现在重新即将起跑。
I will invoke the spirit of my commentary wife, Anthony Jordan, by saying they are not warming their tires, they are merely checking their steering, because technically warming your tires is not allowed. When you see the drivers warming their tires, we just say they are checking their steering. Online support, Case Moyes, Spencer Brown from Loliting, hang on, Lola Tilling.
大毛，你是顾博套，你不是赛车迷思，你是新顾博套。我跟你讲哦，刚刚这个啊，我发现一件事情，刚刚跑3圈，然后红旗，如果他刚刚跑4圈红旗的话，就直接结束比赛，干，超赚的。所以刚刚难怪第1名跟第2名这么干。好了，重新对位啦。 大毛，永安单数等我，这个礼拜就让老鹰知道。小白发声出声，怎么可以乱撤回讯息呢？小白，尤正阳666打刷一排6，起跑，第2名干掉第1名了，这里线起跑好恶心哦。
a battle between Farley and Bobrishov for 5th position. Farley holds on to it. Bobrishov runs it through the roller coaster. Single file up towards turn number 5. Side by side.
马上被干掉。你看23名，23名。
Friend to the inside for P2. Vicente Garcia from Chile is the next driver who's trying to pass Wolfit around the outside.
乱了，哇！出去了。
We are on lap 3 out of 6.
这个红旗完，整个比赛变好看
Trying to push Denham along. Denham, the British champion.
小白666，你有没有怀念去世界杯的日子？
Winner, Wolfit and his third Charlie.
哎呀，大家都在塞内线呐。
119. Charlie finished. I'm just going to check in the British Championship.
泽野，明年跑 B 组，这是明年的事，现在不担心啊，现在先担心亚洲杯啊。
Or the second rather, because Ashcroft and Friend both earned their tickets elsewhere.
哇 ，MAX 就是这么猛烈。
Behind them, Garcia, Farley, Bobrishov,
哇，
Pereira,
已经拉开一段距离了。
Griffin and Bayerjon. Out of turn of 5. Oh, somebody running very, very wide back in the middle of the pack.
很多人都一直跑出赛道。
Joshua Griffin had the Union flag on the.
这个一圈的变化很大啊！喂，撞了！
3 wide coming out of turn number 8 up the hill. They're 4 wide.
摇滚区又来了。你看那个第6名到第15名，看多刺激！
Backing everybody up as they go.
都并排进弯，好恶心哦！这些人。
Looking for it. Oh, this is going to get very, very close. It does make me
very,
nervous
very close.
when I see the amount of carts all in one big bundle. We start.
这真的没有办法拉开干好刺激哦！
Wolfit, Alexis Bayerjon from Canada. Look for the driver.
哇，前10名一条线呢！
The black legs on his race suit.
塞了。
4th position. Make that. And Bobrishov in 5th. Are both right there with Pereira, Griffin, Gutierrez, and De Grande next in line. Farley has fallen down to 10th.
好可怕哦！
Rogoski, Garcia has
真的是
also
保感贴
faded
保
quite
感呢。
badly. It's still Denham leading, and the top, well, look at that. The top 20 are separated by about 2 seconds. Down the hill, side by side. 3 wide towards turn number 12. Still Denham defends.
哇
Oh, they trip over each other.
塞内线直接把它顶开，这个也是蛮帅的。
Race suit there. Stefanovski in 16th position.
啊，前2名又在斗了，斗起来。Last lap， 第3名又吸上来。哦，他们这个的防守线蛮狠的。7 driver 一条线呐、啊，哇，又乱了。塞了，成功防守。攻击完防守，第1名跑掉了。
Alexis Bayerjon for 4th position. Bayerjon gets squeezed a little bit wide. Bobrishov goes through. Pereira goes through. The next driver in line is Griffin, and then Gutierrez from Mexico. Oh, side by side.
第9，哇，第2名干到，第3名干到。干到轮胎，最后一个 corner， 最后一个弯，OK， 1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8没有问题，第9、第10名调整了一下。你看，原本的第3名直接上到第1名了，太猛烈了，整整第4名上到第1名。但是这个啊，因为他们真的是很刺激，很多的碰撞，所以其实你回来第1名，真的最后成绩不一定第1名，因为很多人都说保感。
And they both get back on behind them. It was side by side between Bayerjon and Pereira and Gutierrez for 5th, 6th, and 7th. Rogoski.
好的，谢谢小富哥，就帮我们爱心刷一排，不要停。
Griffin 9th,
刷吧，刷吧，刷吧。
In 10th. And oof, that was a bit of a hectic restarted race. Casarino finishes in 11th position.
那个大毛，你要揪亚洲杯，赶快趁现在揪啊
Bruschi and Adriansen, Edward Kirst, and then Spice Mayula, followed by Garcia, Ionitsa, Anochatkol, Lemieux, and Caleb Odendahl, Tumpakas, Lee, G. Volkmar, Matlak, Salmi, Pritham, Kinto, and Solok Kovtsev. Then it is Christoph Kieler, Tommy Hart, and Martin Soltis. David Manchester from the UK hasn't figured out how to comment on the live stream. That's because he has to go to the Rotax Karting Facebook page or the official Rotax Karting Instagram page and put his comment on there. That's why David Manchester
不会啦，小富哥，办国际驾照很容易的，只要你去验身体，把身体验完，他就办给你啦。而且你去年跑的成绩这么棒。阳光龙一定马上发驾照给你。体检项目应该是多了一个那个什么神经系统的跟那个四肢活动是不是正常？四肢活动度正常，他就会发了。台北八德监理站对面的博仁医院，方便。
Shake of the hands from Mr. Denham.
干，你们这样子诱惑我，我很想去。
Even offers to lift the front of his go-kart. Cole looks in.
去一趟要花20几万呢 ！Oh my god! Holy shit!
Have a little chat, but one breaks down. Here's a quick
look
at the
下一个 he 也
official
是
results. Kyle Lawrence back in the
Mini
commentary
Max
box, and well, they decided to throw.
好啦，
they
前
knew
3
he
名
had
果然
other
又是英国
engagements
人了。
very briefly, and they decided to stop the race because of it, because the people want to hear your viewpoint of the grand final so far.
Right, here I am.
and I'll turn your microphone on while I'm at it.
It's been a wonderful grand final so far. I've had a bit of a bad luck, but I mean even
小富哥，
visiting the Stewart's
我帮你跟
office
阿姨
actually
讲一下
wasn't as bad as I thought it was gonna be.
阿姨，我们是去为国争光啊！你知道我们要先去马来西亚，让大家知道台湾人有多厉害，台马友好。 好不好？哲野，我们还在安排当中。那如果大家要去跑的话，我们可以当媒体，我们当媒体，帮大家记录美好的生活，帮大家留下美好的专辑跟特辑，好不好？大家还在那边等追焦照，没有？我们直接给你影片。 直接帮你拍个 MV， 好不好？有需要的欢迎洽询，请私讯总干事，会有小编跟你联络。
Stefan Radney, Team Sweden, here we are in Bahrain. Hi to Marie.
揪团，Go Go Go！
Nice to see you. One of our distributors, of course, from the Rotax network.
好，我们现在来看到这个80世界杯，它后面的场地，它的灯光其实蛮多的。 因为它的是属于沙漠嘛，所以它晚上会有跑夜战。感觉整个设备跟设施其实算是蛮高级的。然后我昨天有看了一下他们的那个 tour 啊，他们这次的 Rotax 的 Shop Store 商店啊，感觉比上一次我们去葡萄牙还要再多元，东西要更多。
Okay, we're going to be watching. I know you're on your way to the Rotax Club. Enjoy.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jen. And here we are now looking. The sun is setting once again. We've got 2 more races, then we've got a short break. So we've got this is the last mini-max heat of the Grand Finals 2023. If you're a driver, Kyle, if you're a driver that's had 2 pretty bad results and you're starting towards the rear, this is where we start seeing desperation kick in, isn't it?
Yeah, I think desperation is the word. Sometimes it's frustration as well. It's not always your fault that you're further down. I mean, 9 times out of 10 it isn't actually. But this is definitely the most nerve-wracking part of any event. A lot of people say it's the warm-up lap. To me, this sitting here and waiting for that green flag to send out, you're stuck in your own thoughts, you've got no mechanic around you, only the helmet around your head.
I completely agree. When I used to race, sitting on the dummy grid is when the butterflies were there. The minute that the gate, it was a gate at my local circuit, the gate opened, then you know you press the accelerator to go out.
2016年的力宝有夜战哦。小富哥说16年的力宝全明星有夜战，干蛮帅的哎。哦，就是以前那个 TKOC 有办一个什么邀请赛，对不对？那个时候晚上跑没有被那个邻居抗议吗？还是环保局什么的？对，据洪胜雅大哥跟我们表示，洪胜雅教练说，真的蛮热的。
100% of the time, you get to the start, and nothing that you thought about in your head on this dummy grid actually happens. So, you know, I was saying it to a driver earlier. You can't be, you know, proactive. You got to be reactive, especially on a start, and you need to.
看刚刚那个哲也发给我的那个影片啊，他其实真的照明设备蛮足够的。好 ，Mini Max 出门了。
You make a split second decision, and you're either a hero or zero. And here we go. Such is karting. There's a little bit of desert on the track. Coming out of turns 3 and 4, the recovery vehicle has had to take a couple of karts back to the circuit. Here is your starting lineup. Ili, Tristan, Chrisan, and Jacob Ashcroft on row 1. Travis Teo and Lars Lambers, row 2. Mahos Masinas and Rory Armstrong.
冲了，冲了
！Down Patrick watching.
准备对位。
Maxim Becker and Edward Kennedy. Alexander Van Meerven and Daniel Voinov.
小富哥，我记得好像是差不多18、19年的时候才开始有力宝什么噪音的问题。刚开始那个16、15的时候，好像真的是噪音上没有这么严格。
Rounding out your top 20. Now you can see the sun beginning to set a little bit more. That's going to cause a few visibility issues. Gage Korn.
果然小富哥是大前辈啊，都玩得比我们还前面了。
Evchi, Reyes Garson, Matoda, Gregoriou, Sakano, Silas, Storder, Carson, Kianovsky, El Fagali, Warner, and McCloughery. Your 36 karts, all 36 drivers present and correct. 6 laps. Take them to the start, Kyle.
Yeah, we can see already the inside line moving very, very
啊，
close
对
to
位
the
啊，
outside.
准备要起跑啦。
Just let them know that
6圈6圈。
how fast Tristan is. He's been blitzed. He blew away in his previous heat. So let's see if he can do it again here in the third and final
起跑这样
heat.
成功哦，
The lights are
真
out,
的是
and
很随
unfortunately, the
便
outside
呢
road a terrible start. And we've seen a lot of drivers drop down because of it. Great start though from Tristan.
啊，干撞了，撞了，撞了，撞了，撞了。哎，还有什么开倒车的？
Turning around to the back of the track, they're getting back on and going, and I'm looking back there, and do you know what? I can see one white crash helmet still stationary, but that was a high-speed turn, and we're looking down there. Ahmed Al Khalifa,
Mini Max 啊，起跑就出事故啦。
Stylianos Georgiou, and
哎，小富哥，那个 SA250 在跑，开起来跟这个 Max 有什么不一样？跟这个2行程的有什么不一样？
Oh, yellow flags out, so a full course caution by the looks of it.
哇 ，Mini Max 第一圈全场黄旗，全场黄旗。
Some very badly damaged side pods, so we're getting more and more as we get later into the heats. Drivers there failing to slow down at the back. There's some good signalling in the middle of the pack. We'll come around turn number 1, and we can see. Right. So there's a driver just being helped out of their go-kart there. Now, Ahmed Al Khalifa, Leopold Jush, Philip Kianovsky, and Stylianos Gregoriou are the 4 drivers involved. There with a black race suit on. That would be Ahmed Al Khalifa.
因为我刚刚看1号弯的那个有一个人躺在地上，好像蛮严重的。哇，全场红旗了，全场 again 红旗 again。
This is where we're saying we often see this drivers trying to. They know that if they've got any chance of making the final, they need a good 3rd heat score, because explain how karting works. You get heat points, and then those heat points are added together, that sets the grid for the pre-final. You also get another set of points in the
SA
pre-final, and at the end of the
感觉那个力道是不是加速也是蛮强的？
Those 4 sets of points are all added together.
好，全场红旗 again。
Point scorers go through the final.
哇，今天整个比赛要大delay了。
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough one, but you know this is why they did away with the last chance race because of this desperation. But unfortunately, it's just moved the desperation towards the final heat.
现在80时间下午3点52分。
They know they need to move up quickly. And the fastest
3点52分，正常来讲要跑到。
But unfortunately, it's where you can also lose your race.
Because you used to have before the pre-final, you would get 30 drivers automatically go through to the pre-final, and then everybody else would fight it out in the last chance race.
3点52分，正常要跑到 Junior 了，他现在还在跑 Mini Max。
Somewhat chaotic, but like I said, now the chaos has just moved to the last heat race as drivers sitting in waiting, 32 of them watching in their carts. All they look like meerkats. They're also looking ahead to see what's going on. As a driver, you've now got to reset yourself, haven't you?
Yeah, it's difficult. Your heart rate's gone up while you're waiting for the start. It's now come down. You settled into a rhythm, and all of a sudden that rhythm's broken. You have to, even with the slowdown, the slowdown lap, you break that rhythm, and try and reset your mind and get back into it.
所以引擎很重，在单边，它左右弯开起来会有点不太一样，对不对？
You know, they're very, very nervous to be here. Some of them it's their first time, so it is hard to work it out and get back in.
Yes. Now, this is Sebastian Vasile, Sebi Vasile on the right-hand side of your screen there with his sunglasses. The Romanians are getting plenty of track time, camera time. Some fantastic shots. Look at the amount of people on the top grandstand. If we get a close of any of the spectators, then you know, feel free to pick on anybody that you might recognise, Kyle. It's part of the joys of being a commentator is that when you're in and around the paddock getting to know people, and then they suddenly appear on screen, you can embarrass them really, or you can say hi to them.
ACA 250重到就在地上处理了，
yeah, that grandstand
太不好搬，
offers some
太重不好
fantastic
搬。
viewing, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's just above the commentary box here, and then just before I walk in, we've got the Micromaxes out. So I do like to stand up there and watch the micros. It's a great view of the track, and you can see most of the circuit from there. It's actually a great viewpoint.
Yes, I don't know who that person is with the umbrella. That's a Poland top. That is. They've got their umbrella at the top. Give us a wave, Poland, with your umbrella. They can't hear. That's Jose Albuquerque. He is sort of in charge of what is going on, a lot of the events around the circuit, coordinating the multitude of things that happen here.
好，目前80时间是3点54分啊。正常来讲应该已经要跑到 Junior 的比赛了，可是他还在 delay。
will be parents and family members, but here at the grand finals, you go and watch. If you know there's a South African driver in the race, you'll find a lot of the drivers will go and watch the South Africans, not the family members, just to cheer on the South African colours.
Yeah, it's all about the gees, as we call it back home.
The what, sorry?
It's the gees.
The gees.
It's the pride. It's the
pride.
The heart of your home country. As they're busy reordering the group, they'll go back, I think, to the previous lap. They're reordering.
Well, it was a red flag before the opening lap.
感谢大家来聊天啊，比赛。
Have a full regrid. I think we'll probably have a complete.
刚刚有红旗啦。
But yeah, the gees.
The gees.
The gees.
Yeah.
然后呢，刚刚的红旗很特别哦。 他现在好像要求他们重新起跑，为什么呢？应该是因为第一圈就红旗，所以他们又重新同一个那个排位的方式重新起跑。
The Welsh call it Saturday. There we go. The Romanians call it, you know, I don't know what the Romanians call it.
然后你看 Rotax 这个官方的影片啊，这个直播，他不给你们留言的，好可惜哦，不然大家可以在那边打比赛。
You know, a different way of displaying their national pride, and you see it so many ways here. Like the team from Ecuador have got these wonderful sort of Panama hats around. Obviously, the Norwegians bring their Viking hats. The Japanese seem to just shave Japan into their heads, or Taigen Sakano does anyway. But yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Another question I'd like to bring on for the viewers at home.
好，感谢我们现在聊天室里面总共有7个人啊。
With the red flag, it being a restart, those nose cones are then reset and the race is rerun. You don't take that penalty for that nose cone once the red flag and a restart of the race because. In all fairness, that race hasn't happened.
That race never happened. Yeah, it's a full restart. The previous race where let's have a look. There's Roger Alfagali from Lebanon cheering on. You've got Albie Friend just to the right of Roger. I'm trying to see who that is in the bucket hat there.
感谢大家一起来聊天。
The Danish team on the top grandstand. Oh, it looks like
哎，真的，你看它已经天黑了哦，天色已经变暗了，才下午4点哎。
Let's pick on a few. Oh, there's Archie Clark's mum and dad as well on the.
好的，小富哥，注意安全。
Of course, the chassis partners. These are all Birrell ART carts. So the squad from Birrell ART.
你看，真的很难得哦，有一项运动让大家这样凝聚，好，可以把就是大家的 focus 放在一起。
Will also be here. There's going to be a full regrid, so yes, and you'll see some officials down there. Ramiro Brito, our race director, in the black top there. We have a little wander across at the top of the grandstand. The Rotax bucket hat is a favourite in the merchandise shop. A lot of the British drivers' appearance, well, especially for Archie Clark's dad, because like me, you haven't got much protection up top any longer. You need all the help you can get, especially in this sunshine.
We don't call it bald, we call it helmet head.
No, you can fry an egg on top of that one, I tell you. No messing whatsoever. Sorry, Mr. Clark. There's another member of the British team, that's Nicole Sutherland, who will be joining us on commentary in the next race. She races in the British Senior Rotax Championship, and she's waiting to come in. Now, the junior drivers are waiting. So, of course, the timetable has been delayed. You're now you're in that zone. The drivers, those first group of junior drivers on the grid, we were talking about it before. This is where you don't want to be, and now you're stuck there for longer.
Yeah, it does build the pressure, and it does build the anxiety. It's something that would I suffer from a condition called ADHD, so anxiety builds quite quickly. So that extended period of time, you're not planning for it, you're not prepared for it, and now all of a sudden you're stuck in your own thoughts for even longer.
I suffer from a similar condition. It's called IDIOT.
we call it in PC terms. I think it's an ID10.
Yeah, an idiot.
Yeah.
Yeah, IDIOT. Yeah, I suffer from IDIOT.
I did hear you learning how to say good morning in different languages.
Yeah, and by this afternoon I'd forgotten. So I never. Well, we said good afternoon in all the different languages this morning. I know Ohio is a state in the United States, but Ohio is good morning in Chinese, I believe. The Chinese and Japanese. Good morning. What was
好，我们要重新起跑了。Mini Max.
It's kind of South African. That's a low in everything.
And of course there's Borada in Welsh.
I think it was moron. In fact, my mother sent me a message and told me to say that.
That I'm a moron.
No, Borada.
Oh, Borada. Yes,
Yeah.
I thought you said.
No.
Your mother called me a moron, but she'd be right.
What was the country where the greeting was similar to moron?
Good morning.
Oh, is that one? And you still said yes, moron. Yes,
yeah, good morning. Yeah, I know. Before the live stream starts, ladies and gentlemen, there are several days of practice here in the grand finals, and my job, I wander around the paddock aimlessly, doing driver interviews and just keeping the paddock updated on what is going on. Our usual tradition at the grand finals is at the start of the day when all the drivers are lined up.
好的，这个赛事的总监呐，正在跟大家报告要怎么重新起跑。看起来他刚刚那一圈跑应该不算，就是用你原本排位的位置，然后出去的人呢，应该就是出去了。要空下那个位置给他。
Driver whose English is not your first language, you're coming to this event for the first time. It's a bit overawing. It can be a little bit intimidating, and then suddenly a commentator comes up to you and asks you to do an interview in English. Your first reaction is to shy away.
Yes.
However, if the commentator is wearing a big Viking hat, massively oversized Welsh glasses, other hats and regalia, you look at the commentator and think, that guy's an idiot, he must be having a laugh, and you relax a little bit. And therefore, the drivers who do not speak very good English or any English at all, at least relax around the microphone. They're not intimidated by it, because all these young drivers have to be salesmen or women. You have to sell yourself, you have to promote yourself, you have to be good.
好，下一个呢是 Praga 的 Junior 在准备，他们一定很煎熬啊。因为上面连续看2场比赛都有红旗，而且看起来是真的都蛮严重的。
And the silly glasses, you're not focused or worrying about the microphone, and therefore you automatically, subconsciously become a little bit more confident when it comes to dealing with members of the press.
That was one of the things that when we did media training, I was invited to an academy of one of the F1 teams, and that was the media training, was to refer to whoever is doing that interview to you, and then make that up in your head that you're just having a casual conversation with anybody else you would be having a casual conversation
with a friend. Forget about the black stick with the amplifier in it underneath you that is propelling your voice around the entire venue. But it's easier said than done. But sometimes that's just what I found works. And again, you have 384 drivers here. On the live stream, we try and cover as many of them as possible. In the days leading up to the event, in the paddock, I try and speak to as many of them as you can to make every single one of them feel just as special. Every driver, yourself included, you've sacrificed a lot to be here. I don't know, family, partners, you spending time away, you know what that sacrifice is like, don't you?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we've all taken time out of our businesses. We've all taken time out of our lives at home. I mean, most of the fathers and mothers here all have 9 to 5s, 5 days a week, and they work very hard to get the kids here. We know motorsport is not a cheap sport. So, that level of sacrifice, and that does add to the desperation that we were talking about. And the drivers do feel it. We want to perform for those at home that supported us. I've had so many wonderful people get me to this point. Going from a mechanic back to a driver again, and the list goes on and on of all the people. In fact, I was doing an interview for a company back home where I was in tears because of it. It's just, there's so much love and support for our own drivers to get them to an event and get them here. And each and every single one of these drivers want to go out there and represent their country and their people back at home. And you almost want to pay back the support and love that you've been getting throughout the event.
And of course, you're desperate to, I mean, obviously, when you a lot of these kids, they see, parents and families missing out on things and giving things up. So, they do reflect, say, look, I want to do so well, or I don't want to let my family down. But one thing I do know is that no matter
Chinese Taipei Rotax MAX Grand Final 2023
the younger drivers
in Bahrain.
You know what? You've let me down by not doing well here. No parent is like that at all.
Of course. I mean, I'm proud of every single South African that's here. We're not having the greatest weekend that we normally used to. We're normally used to being in the top 10. Yep. We are having a struggle this weekend, myself included. But I am proud of every single driver that's here because we are here. We've won the championship at home. We've done the work at home, and we've gotten to this event. That to me is the first win. Whatever happens after that is all gravy, and every single one of us is doing the best we can against the world's best Rotax drivers.
Exactly. It's champion versus champion. I was speaking to one driver last night, and I won't mention the driver's name, but I was speaking to the driver and the driver's parents, and the driver couldn't understand why he was in 25th, and the driver in 24th was defending, and he would pass, and then the driver would come straight back in on him. And I said, well, all year, that driver has been used to winning because he's a champion of his country, and or their country. And the driver isn't used to being in 24th, the same as you're not used to being in 25th. So you think, this is not right, I have to get the lead.
Okay.
Yes.
And that sort of mentality, it's what creates the crazy racing, is because suddenly, as a driver, you've gone from winning your national championship to fighting for 20th and having to remember, okay, I know I normally win, but now I need to sort of get back into that mindset of just following.
浩哥好。来自台中的浩哥。浩浩你好，一起来看 Rotax 的世界杯。那个浩浩大前辈，对于这世界杯你有什么看法？这一次到底中华台北会不会进决赛？ 跟你报告，刚刚高杰的成绩是第16名。
And of course, all these other international events, the international trophy, for example, you bring your own carts, you bring your own engines. There's a problem with your one engine, you can get a spare engine. You can't do that here. You have to use what you're given. You can work with Rotax to solve issues like you have been misfires or whatever the technical issue could be, but you cannot dip into your wallet and go, do you know what? I don't like that part. I'm going to buy a new one.
Yes, and that's what they're trying to avoid here. And I do appreciate.
刚刚这个最新消息哈 ，Roger 打电话来哈，说他等一下当地时间1小时后会上去评 Senior， 会当赛评啊。妈的，这个人不好好赛车，在那边当赛评，真的是很看不懂他。好好赛车拿个好的名次嘛，对不对？
And to give you another example, on Tuesday evening, we had late practice finished, and there was in the DD2 class there was an issue with I think fuel pickup with about 20 carts. And there was a line. It was 10 o'clock at night. There was
什么？等一下签15号9点07分，今天开奖开完了啦。
Okay, we're going to go down the line.
签明天的。
And the team in the workshop, Daryl Smith and what have you, and they went.
好，刚刚2个比赛都是红旗啊。
They wrote it on the technical sheet to leave your carts here. The drivers at 10 o'clock at night went home. The Rotax crew stayed another couple of hours to fix every single cart to test to make sure that the product was right.
我觉得刚刚这2个比赛的红旗应该都蛮严重的，尤其是第2个，因为它红旗很久。
Sleep is not something that you do at the grand finals. I can testify to that.
浩浩，你手痒了没？想开车了没
？Warm up lap, so they'll get one warm up and then a restart, a complete restart. So this is a new race. Drivers now have to reset themselves.
好 ，Mini Max 重新起跑了。
And I think that created.
我们把它放上去好了，还是交换下来？因为这样子我们视野才会在正前方。
Do you know something? I was looking with exactly the same word. You beat me to it.
Well, we found it. We
found it in the end. Yes, the concertina effect, where it was a problem with the front row, and eventually it was the 10th row where it all kicked off. Hopefully the drivers are all okay. We'll quickly give you a rundown of the front runners. It's Ili Tristan Chrisan, Jacob Ashcroft first and second. Then it's Travis Teo and Lars Lambers on row 2.
好，现在要起跑的，在线上的刷一下100分。好，起跑100分，刷一下100分，来。在线上的刷一下100分。
On row 5. Leopold Jush and Ahmed Al Khalifa will not take the restart. We do hope they are both okay. Stylianos Gregoriou likewise not on the circuit.
好啊，对位。
Yes, so we do wish either Gregoriou, Jush or Al Khalifa all the best.
感谢线上9人观看啊！好，我们来看一下这个起跑，究竟大家能不能够安然的度过第1圈呢？刚刚的第1圈啊。杰森哥你好。现在 Mini Max 很刺激哦，刚连续2场都红旗啊。连续2场都红旗哦。浩浩现在目前获得了246,600。刚刚红旗很严重哦，重新起跑了，来起跑成功！哇，第1名拉超外圈呢。大马哦，刚刚红旗又红旗了。我刚刚那个第1名起跑超帅他直接假动作拉一个超外圈呢，然后直接拉开超远。现在第1名拉开应该有大概0.8以上哦。23名要斗车了，第1名应该这样就跑掉了。2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、10一个集团。摇滚区，我觉得后面又要出事哦。好，第1名顺利跑走了。第4名上到第3名了。现在 local time 4点11分。 好，台湾时间已经9点11了。这边的时差是5个小时。好，这个 Mini Max 跟 Junior Max 应该都会非常的刺激，因为他们的等级实力又更相近了一点。然后加上这个 Junior 很多 Junior 跟 Mini 都蛮。什么都不怕，天不怕地不怕，不知道什么叫危险。哇哇哇！全部挤在一起了，哎，2、3、4、5名很刺激哦，大家快来看哦。
Exactly. He won his first race earlier on. This is the rest of the field sort of handing the race to Tristan Chrisan on a silver platter. Lambers up into second position, side by side, almost 3 wide into turn number 12.
Almost 3 wide, side by side. 来看一下这个 replay 的重播，这个弯真的很猛，大家你看后面那台车要骑了。
There is the 168 car of Lars Lambers up over the curb. So 2 races.
8台车啊，有骑 curb 飞这个 curb 的。
So Belgium running 2 and 3.
So now we've got 2 countrymen running together. Let's see if they put themselves nose to tail and actually just start pushing each other on to try.
人人有机会啊，个个没把握啊。第2集团每个都想塞。
I don't see this group catching Tristan in front.
哦，第1名这个拉开秒差应该有1秒以上哎。我们来看一下即时的 result。
We will be at half distance. It's a 1.8 second lead for Chrisan. Oh, they're 3 wide. Oh, and up and over there. That is one of the
哇，
German
第4名直接杀上来，射到第2名啊！
Coming together with Masinas, Becker.
哇，第1名拉开秒差有2秒1哎。2秒1的秒差，哇！第4名又给我一个蛇形，哇，撞了，后面撞了。然后你看这个进来这个保杆，这个都缩啊，每个都缩啊，你看这几个。
And then it is, oh, it's the Japanese driver, 161 is Shimba Matoda, and the German driver around, oh, that could be Lucas Storder, who was colliding with Shimba Matoda.
哦，我看到 live timing 目前是来到2.0秒，2.087。谢谢杰森哥。
Very clever, decided to back out of that one and look to fight another day.
I'm going to bail, exit stage left.
这个 battle 很猛，这个 battle 真的很猛。现在目前的第1名应该开启巡航模式啊，因为他真的拉开蛮多的。由于他们这个有这个叫做 qualify hit， 就是预赛的 hit。他们 qualify hit 到最后 final 的决赛的台啊，都用同一套。好，所以基本上呢，有跑到 final 的其实很刺激，因为大家都没什么台。欢迎小富哥回来。好好，快速通道才是最精彩的。哦，没有被判罚就没事。所以看到那个有秒差很大的，应该就是走快速通道啊。判他一个 R9啊，切西瓜。好，目前的 Mini Max 来到最后一圈。好，第1名现在拉开2秒啊！哎呀，撞了，后面又撞了。哎呦，第3名要追第2名哦，第5名跟第4名也正在厮杀。哦，第1名轻松跑。这个是旅外车手王瑞宇吗？是吗？是吗？在欧洲跑比赛的王瑞宇吗？哇，这第2集团很刺激啊！哎呀，换线成功！ 嗨，王瑞宇你好。哇，我们这个聊天室很众星云集耶，都是重量级车手。我们即将迎来这个亚洲杯，大毛要去拿亚洲杯的奖杯，然后老鹰、俊宇要去亚洲杯拼奖杯，然后瑞宇呢，虽然我不认识他，不过他的大名我也是很常听到，因为前2年在欧洲跑比赛都成绩不错。恭喜恭喜！
Impressed by Jacob Ashcroft?
Oh, very much so. That card control on that break there and that final move.
好，目前这个 Mini Max 的 Qualifying History 已经跑完了。等一下就是 Junior 组。今天我们来期待一下高杰最后能够进决赛，成为台湾第1人进决赛。去年我跟那个汉堡跟展毅，我们3个都有进决赛哦，我们都有进1团体的决赛。好，第1名是加拿大。 第2名是意大利，第3名是 Jagber 英国。好，他们现在不知道会不会赶进度、赶时间。好，去年呢，我们在跑1团体的时候，他们为了赶进度，前面在开场的时候 delay 了，赶进度，所以他们突然一直改那个进场时间，可他们都会放在那个围场的进 pit 区的地方。 然后呢，他们改时间了，后面的人不知道，所以导致我们1团体在进场的时候有一个 heat， 把大概8台车挡在外面，这也是大会他们去年的疏失啊。不知道会不会赶时间追进度，不然的话，今天以他们这样 delay 半小时以上，可能超过半个多小时，快1小时了，那今天的比赛就会延后很多。 好，大家休息一下，尿个尿。好，这个是他们的浪举吃饭区。还记得去年我们去吃世界杯葡萄牙的那个赛车场的餐点，真的那个披萨，你知道有多薄吗？来，差不多这么薄，跟那去年的披萨都这么薄，妈的嘞！对，然后我跟你讲，它的盒子多大，你知道吗？它的盒子这么大，披萨差不多这么大。瑞宇。 你怎么可以叫她小姐姐呢？她是阿姨了，好不好？她是 Daryl 的老婆 Jane。你叫姐姐就不对了，她是阿姨了。小富哥，对，去年其实我觉得蛮好玩的，因为去年欧风去了3位车手嘛。好，欧风去了展毅、高杰跟汉堡，然后永安去了3位车手嘛。啊，我 Roger， 然后跟那个张永瑞，我跟你讲，我们去年啊，从出门就一直他妈的很好笑，有人安全帽直接掉在飞机上，有人手机直接掉在机场转机柜台。去年真的是什么事都发生了。去年从一出门就出状况，一直出到比赛结束。那个我们要请瑞宇来教我们开车哦。
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the guys at Team UAE are doing a great job with Tony and guys. So, yeah, let's see what we can do for them.
All right, and good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
你这样整个就变慢，刚刚会有很多杂讯进来。
Well, thank you very much, Jen. That is
丢上去的时候
bird's eye view of the VIP Rotax.
谁戴安全帽？我告诉你啦。 天兵张宏瑞，他把安全帽拿着，直接丢在那个飞机机舱上面，直接不拿。搞事情啊！好，现在是 qualifying history Junior Max A 加 D 组。
He's really happy with his results so far. He's been really consistent. He's had a win and a third. Talking to him, he said that win, he wouldn't have had that race go any other way. And he's looking forward to seeing what he can do in this third race. We've also been talking to Yvonne Simonova.
Big little character,
yeah,
there was one.
Big smile on her face. Yes. She's loving the event. This is her second time here. Last year she competed at Portimao.
暴力熊猫啊，是熊哥送他的，是熊哥送给张宏瑞的。没想到张宏瑞把安全帽掉在飞机上，你看他真的是哦，有够可爱的。
Similarly to Kenzo, seeing what she can do in this third race.
好，我们现在看到这个直播啊，我们先来跟他合照一下。刚刚这个 Henry 的直播呢，是跟 UK 英国的车手女车手做直播的。 张赛平，等一下，下一个是 Senior 呢 ，Henry 有邀请我们的 Roger、Uncle Roger 去做赛评，我们可以在刚刚那个页面看到 Uncle Roger。
Because again, the pre-final is like a superheat with extra points available. It's the same amount of points, but if you're say 15 points,
你觉得他回来喝3杯够吗
？At the end of today, then barring a miracle, you're not going to make. Even if you win your pre-final, it is.
运兵车啊，装甲运兵车，一次运回2台车。
As a driver, that's something that's always pretty difficult to accept, and a lot of these drivers are going to start being very ambitious.
ATV 的越野吉普车，我们看到Eason 272，Eason 跑272，Sorry， 我忘记Eason跑 Junior。加油，Eason加油！
Here, he's not been to the grand finals before.
Eason, go, go, go.
You know, there's a lot of drivers out there. Let's have a look now. Who can we spot there? The Romanians.
昨天谁掉在沙里面
They're going to be absolutely cooked in this sunshine. There's Matteo Quinto.
看到妹了，快点，快点，想截图的快截图。这个妹感觉蛮正的。去年我还带着这些弟弟们啊，小白啊，高杰啊，我们在那个现场。 我们在现场还在亏现场的梅啊，然后大家都在那边乱拍照，也够好笑。然后我们还亏了一个加拿大的梅啊，以为他是来的车手，没想到是他的不知道哥哥还是谁来比赛。然后我们在搭讪亏他的时候，他爸爸还在旁边，有够丢脸的，去脸。好，没错，加拿大15岁。 然后要跟他要，不知道要 IG 还是要什么？他说不好意思，我没有用，其他是不能给。啊，昨天救援车掉在沙里面也太丢脸了吧！那他们真的应该要运那个越野车来，飙沙车。没错，周雨生讲的没错。 加拿大15岁，我带你们亏妹的事情不要跟别人讲。我们亏未成年的妹，不是打枪啦，是因为他爸爸在旁边啦，他不敢回答我们，真的超好笑的。然后我们还请他吃披萨，好像。 好 ，Junior Max 要下场了。我们的 Eason 帅气 Eason 弟弟在这一组，我们现在帮他拍张照。Eason 弟弟在这个位置。 这边272。好，我们要直播喽！医生加油啊！不过我没有医生的 IG， 看谁可以 tag 他一下。
Kenzo Craigie, top of the board.
Okay.
We then got Christopher Alfagali, he's in second. Udaloo in third. So Udaloo, he's had 2 seconds.
Okay,
Been really consistent.
And he's going in the next race.
Yeah. Luca Horton in fourth, the Bahrainian driver, and then Bola Wet is in 6th.
Okay, and Bola Wet. So of the top 6 in points, Kenzo Craigie is the only one in this race.
Yeah.
That is probably that's a very good thing because the other 5 are going to take points off each other. So Kenzo finds himself in a really positive position. Finished second in the Euro Trophy. Bahrain is a micro max driver 2 years ago. Was running in the top 10.
去年医生比较可惜。好，场地开放下场。医生今年在国外跑了蛮多场比赛的，包括日本啊、欧洲啊。希望他今年的成绩可以更好，让我们台湾向下扎根这个赛车可以越来越好。我们是都年纪大了，我们真的是来好玩的，赢也赢不了，体力也不好。
Is Thomas Behrman, another retirement, and Francisco Paredes, 2 top 10 results for Francisco. Josh Graham and Archie Clark are next. Graham did very well earlier on. Archie Clark had his first top 10 finish. Then it's Lucas Gales and Hamza Al-Fayez, started 10th, finished 8th or 9th in his last race.
好，即将来对位喽。
Sam, Mrak, Falavenye and Nissan are next. Miles Baker and Uros Bogdanic, Katarina.
哇，第10名是马来西亚女车手第10排，马来西亚女车手。第11排曾成康 ，Chinese Taipei 的 Island of Taiwan。好的，我会多练车的。那个哲也叫我要多练车，没有问题，我会多练车的。好，现在对位喽。医生在内线有好的位置哦。
This looks like a nice slow start. The whole pack is quite bunched up.
其实昨天他们有讲啊，那个 Junior Max 在对位起跑的时候，你看他们这个对位对得非常的慢哦。在官方是有发现动说这个是一个非常棒的对位，感觉超慢的，这几乎要停下来了。
No, you don't indeed. So crawling into the tram
这真的对得很恶
line.
心哎。
Louis Coman
可是他没有完全走到外圈，这不知道会不会成功。
There he goes. Craigie does get left. It's a
拉
very
开，
spread out
红
start.
色，你
It's a
看
false start.
没有起跑成功。
That was timed too well from Louis
因为
Coman.
外
You
圈
see
的
what
没
he
有
was
跟
trying
上
to do. He got the cart straightened up.
然后第3排又
Craigie
拉太
on the
远。
outside line was still sort of pointing towards the outside of the circuit, and he just anticipated it a bit too much. As the dark art of driving. If you are
好，
Kenzo Craigie,
欢迎进来的朋友们，爱心刷起来，
in a split second,
让我知道
oh,
你们还
sugar,
活着。
I've missed a start. You know what? I'm not even going to go, and I'm going to hope that the race director calls a false start because the one line has got away completely.
Yeah, when it's that slow of a start, Kenzo will definitely be sat there conscious. He doesn't want to jump that too early. He doesn't want to necessarily go at the same time as Lewis Conwin because that's going to end
小
up.
富哥说多练就有机会，其实我觉得这是真的。多练经验各方面就会越来越好。好，现在又重新对位了。我们的医生弟弟在内线单速排，奇数排哦，奇数排。我觉得还不错，位置还不错，加油加油！医生弟弟戴的是 MAX D2 的帽子，很好认。我们刚刚看到这个最后一名这个啊，我觉得他想要偷跑，所以故意拉很远。
Start and it's a gamble.
Yeah, definitely.
谢谢这13位朋友，加油加油加油
Another very slow start through turn 30.
Ryan
into turn 14.
Ryan Lin.
There you've got
是我们的莱恩哥哥吗？冲了，起跑成功！第1名，又顺利拉开。Ryan 哥，欢迎光临。好，来一句话啦，小富都讲了，100人裸奔永安赛道没问题，冲到100，林北裸奔。我现在先准备一下。好，我们来帮医生加油，医生加油！我们来看一下即时的这个 result。Coming out of turn number 8, up the hill now towards turn number 9. Brilliant getaway. That is Louis Coleman timing it to perfection. 好，这个第2集段，又有人走快速赛道了，切西瓜啊！好 ，Junior 用的车辆是 Praga， 那 Praga 目前在台湾好像也没有人在使用。好，曾成康，我来看一下他目前的位置。Followed by Skellers, Paredes, Van der Pavement, and Archie Clark. The two drivers that were piggybacking over the top of each other. That was Giovanni Santora and Thomas Branchik. Santora and Branchik come through in 35th and 36th position, but everyone's still running. So Coleman, who's had to reasonable results, not great. 掉到32名了。He leads Craigie. Oh, there was someone running very wide there. 哎呦，来自马来西亚的妹妹，现在是20名哦。医生加油！大家可以期待一下，等一下，大概20分钟后 ，Roger Young 疯狂 Roger 会上这个 Henry 的转播台，一起帮大家播报这个赛事。好，第1名目前拉开0.5的秒数，秒差。好，第5名直接塞2个位置，变到第3名了，把第4名挤出赛道了，太刺激了吧！这个弯几乎每一个车进来，只要塞掰赛就会嘎轮胎。刚刚应该是8号弯 ，Session 3的部分。好，这个目前第2集团斗得蛮凶的哦，塞内线过了，黄色安全帽的。好，出最后一弯，第2名跟第3名顺利拉开，也是大概1秒的秒差。
Yeah, both Kenzo and Joshua under the guidance of Danny Sweeney this weekend, racing together in Argentina and the UK. I wouldn't be surprised if
好，我们可以看到这个背景灯都已经点亮了。中东啊，其实蛮早。天就黑了，现在当地时间才4点34分，就已经是差不多台湾6点的时间吧。好，伊森的名次又上升了1点，来到25名。其实伊森的秒数是蛮快的，伊森的秒数是有上来的，所以他又回到了25名。
The Euro Trophy, Tino Sidler certainly races for the Strawberry Racing Team. He's closing in on Louis Coleman. Skellers and Bear.
伊森是应该第1圈起跑的时候1分04，不知道遇到什么问题，然后到第3圈、第4圈有点变慢到58秒。慢慢现在要进到56点
2。The guy in front, you don't want to get too hot, and you equally so don't want to end up going into the back of somebody.
Yes, because of course if you're that quick, you know, all it will take is
我们就依照小富哥讲的啊，这个直播100人，我就裸奔永安赛道没问题。我会跟王世坚一样，说到做到。大家应该知道王世坚就是说到做到的代表。好，伊森进到23名，不知道伊森有没有机会进这次的 final 呢？他如果再往前塞个几名，因为 目前来到第6圈，他如果再进个几名，不知道有没有机会进 final 呢
？Graham at the inside got the apex and was able to drive off the corner. Kenzo could actually maybe even give Josh Graham a little push up towards the top two as we got a new race leader, Tino Sidler, in front.
大毛你很贱什么裸奔雪邦？你知道大马是个回教国家，我裸奔雪邦，我应该会在监狱度过。你知道这个严重性吗？我们要先在永安先有裸奔的记录，才会说我们就是裸奔达人，这样出国比较有一个名目，好不好？好，曾诚康目前的名次是23名。好，我现在所有的要求跟希望跟拜托，就是拜托大家，台湾队 Chinese Taipei 都可以在20名以内。为什么呢？因为20名就会在直播连结的首页，好，官方直播连结的首页看到他的名字，而且台湾国旗。哇，前5名一直在洗牌哎。好，目前最后的1圈半。报告 Ryan 哥还没定，大家应该都还没定。Ryan 哥要起来跑 Rotax HR Trophy 吗？好的，感谢 Ryan 哥提醒大家不要住清真寺的那个饭店，早上会被吵死，没有办法喝酒。好 ，Last lap， 我靠，在最后几个弯又交换位置了。啊。对，三妈不错 ，Ryan 哥的这个建议是很好的，因为三妈就是各国有这种，马来西亚有这种大型的赛事，有 MotoGP 以前的 F1 或 Super GT， 或者是一些耐久赛，大家都住三妈。我们没办法跟 MotoGP Rossi 骑的一样快，没有办法 Lewis Hamilton 一样开的一样快，但我们跟他住一样饭店。好的，曾诚康最后24名。Eason 24名。Eason 这个 hit 24名。
Casper Shawmans as well there in 20th, gone up 13 positions.
好玩。好，恭喜 Eason 有完赛。好，目前 Junior 也是有没完赛的小朋友。
Following during the course of the week, Nicole, that either surprised or disappointed you?
Yeah, it's a shame to see Katrina Thung down there in 31st. Only girl in this race, and I was looking forward to maybe seeing her a bit further up, so that is a shame.
But again, she's we talked about it yesterday. She's in a battle against herself. 69th a year ago. She's much quicker than that this year.
现在是当地时间4点39分，然后今天是7号。
Yeah, and I'm sure she'll go back to Malaysia as well.
好，今天
exactly that.
应该还有2个小时的赛程。好，我们等一下就是下一个 Junior Max， 下一个 Junior Max。
Clark, Behrman, Marak, and Falavenye, your top 10. Walton, Riley, Paredes, Nissan, Brett King. A driver, I mean, you saw him being so aggressive at the start.
等一下会有一个 break， 休息时间20分钟。我认为他20分钟应该是会砍掉一点时间。好，我们来报告一下成绩啊。曾诚康 Eason 来自台湾 Chinese Taipei J-Way International Racing Team。
Late choker. Here we are in the Rotax Club. It's wonderful up here. How are you going?
Yeah, everything's good. I'm helping a young driver, Yushin Q.
好，木兰，木兰台中才是创始地啊。 大毛哥，台中啊，木兰集团在台中。哎，这个不得不讲，饭店业我们就要来请教这个 Ryan 哥哥啦。Ryan 哥也是饭店达人，所以他说住三妈真的是可以的。
I had to make a list earlier, but it was 14, so yeah, it's
然后官方的这个 time schedule 啊，他有写清楚说预报啊，它的日出是早上6点11分，然后 sunset 日落在下午的4点45分。现在当地4点41分，看起来它的背景已经蛮暗的，暗蛮多的。所以官方这个天气预报算蛮精准、蛮准确的。
So maybe just, well, we've got a couple of minutes. Tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, sure. So we run the Rotax Canada final. Me and Scott Campbell. This year was a 2-round championship in Alberta and British Columbia. So it really brings a lot of that region together. The competition was wonderful. We had some great drivers come up and compete from the States. Including Oliver Hodgson. So it truly was a great year in terms of racing and you know uniting that region.
出发了哎，他们刚刚是完全没有在等的哎。
So it's wonderful to give these young kids the opportunity.
我跟你讲哦，这个他们真的在追进度哦。
My first time was in 2006, and you know you want as many people to experience this.
他们今天应该会让他一样在一样的时间做 ending。哦，这个 Junior Max 有卢佑德是不是？好，目前卢佑德在第2名哦。你看，我跟你讲，你看他赛事又出问题了。第3名的人 DNS， 他一定又被关门了。然后255号有 DNS，Do not stop。像 Rotax 这样子哦，真的出状况。他这边空了一个第3名的。等一下有很多人 argue。哎，我们来期待这个卢佑德，好，卢佑德回到 Junior Max 里面跟大家斗一下。来，绿色安全帽这个，看到这边，我指的这个位置，卢佑德在这个位置。靠，他掉位，不专心，第2掉到第4。我跟你讲，这个现在这个 camera car 给他一堆出事，刚刚很邪门 ，camera car 都撞车。
Has had a better start this race than he did the last one.
Yeah, it looks like Timo Youngling,
这起跑成功。
It looks as though he's managed to get himself into second.
卢佑德掉到第4名，然后目前追到第3名了。哎呀，撞了，后面又撞了。
Who knows? Udaloo, another driver with El Fagali, trying to battle for pole position with Craigie.
Oh, there's a
collision. That is.
这个车头都歪掉了。
Who that was coming down the hill? Will quickly grab a number check next time by down towards the back. Oh, it could have been.
你要超卢佑德吗？快点！上次不是说要顶他？
No, it wasn't. It was.
好，目前卢佑德第3名啊。这次卢佑德参加这个 Rotax MAX 的世界杯，他是用日本的身份来参加世界杯的。好，第1名是黎巴嫩，第2名是英国，第3名是卢佑德。加油！加油！目前看起来卢佑德应该是铁定进决赛了啦，是没有问题的。
The North American racing scene, the Americans and the Canadians, they race together quite a bit. But sometimes the Japanese, the Asian drivers, they don't travel as much.
Japanese Asian driver, 卢佑德。卢佑德这一场的状况也还不错，他目前的秒数上一圈跑到55.6。
but the Japanese drivers here, they're very fast, bit of a wild card. There is an exchange program in Rotax next year between
我们第一次尝试直播啊，感谢 Ryan 说向那个实况组，我们很努力跟上大家脚步，就纯粹开个直播让大家一起参与。不然这世界杯离我们那么远，他们远在巴林比赛，我们哪有办法一直参与？我们远端参与它。感谢大家支持啊！
Exactly, there he is in 4th place in the yellow race suit. So you've got Youngling, Elfagali,
好，我们关心我们最认识的朋友 ，TKC 卢佑德，目前第3名，黏着哦，第2集团也很刺激哦。等斗内，我们一起去亚洲杯了，好不好？像老鹰讲的，像俊宇说的，卢佑德呢其实很会斗车，然后他在 Junior 这个组别呢，他刚刚有一个 play 是从第5名直接塞回第2名，那我觉得他算是蛮沉稳的。好，目前前3名上一圈都一样是5.19左右。啊，我觉得卢佑德应该也蛮聪明，现在在等1、2名出乱子，因为前3名已经是一个集团了嘛。好，天色已黑啊！我相信这个天色一黑，当地气温跟，哎呦，有人把沙带出来了，所以那个弯目前很滑。当地的气温跟路面状况，哎，卢佑德杀上来了。好，当地的气温跟轮胎状况，还有路面状况，应该都是相对变冷的。悠厉害哦，悠杀到第2名哦。悠很稳定，很沉稳。他起跑的时候一度掉到第5名。
Yeah, Timo's had a 2nd and a 19th, though no doubt that he'll be trying to work really hard to take that lead back.
目前赛事还有3圈，我们等一下等着看 Senior 啦，好不好 ？Senior 就有周元成了。好，目前前2名的秒数，更正，前3名的秒数都在55.3、55.6这边，反而是第4名之后都可以跑到54秒。为什么你知道吗？因为前3名在斗车。卢佑德塞内线过了没？过了。OK， 卢佑德上到第1名。好，要交换线了吗？没有弄到 ，OK， 没问题，他守住，很刺激哦。射了。好，卢佑德 hold 好 ，hold 好 ，hold 好，还有2圈，趴车了，怎样脖子不够软是不是？趴车。This fight's now turned from a
3-kart train to a 6-kart train as well. So these leaders.
OK， 目前拉开点2。原来刚卢佑德是被封印啊，前面的他现在跑到55.2，第2名的离他有上一圈0.5的秒差。哇！现在的第2名速度很快哦。现在第2名速度很快哦。比卢佑德快0.2哦。哇！小心 ！OK。剩最后1圈半啊 ！Hold 住！我需要你拿第1名的积分。哎！哇塞，塞内线过了！哇，好恶心哦！又塞回来。有，又换回来！我靠，神仙打架了吗？卢佑德又掉到第3名了。要塞了没？ 他们说卢沃德太保守了啦。卢沃德掉到第3名了。换线有过吗？剩2个 corner 了啊！太可惜了，卢佑德第3名冲线。但是呢，我跟你讲，刚刚最后2圈真的太刺激了，那个1、2、3这样子搞，心脏要很强啊。刚刚那个直播的 Henry 讲说，卢佑德好像真的是守的太保守了。所以他的秒数没有拉出来，所以他最后的几圈，他的秒数掉到56.9。我们来看一下他的最后3圈的秒数。他从55.1掉到55.3，然后又56.9，所以他应该是死在最后1圈。啊，太刺激了！好，这个卢佑德这一次参加 Rotax 世界杯呢，他是用日本车手的身份参加世界杯的。他不知道是不是拿日本的 license， 可能是拿日本的 license， 因为他这个国籍是看你拿哪一国的 license。毕竟卢佑德是拿到本田32学校的赞助车手，所以他代表日本也是情有可原啊，好不好？不过呢，必须讲他是台湾人。太刺激，太刺激了！好，我们等一下 ，Uncle Roger 会一起上这个直播，他会在远在巴林的直播台，跟我们在台湾的直播台互相直播给大家看。哇，最后1名是大陆人。
Okay, well, thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. We're going to hopefully hear from you back for the pre-finals tomorrow.
有人知道这次大陆的 Junior 是男生还是女生吗？
They've got a lot to celebrate. It's not gone well for the whole team, but it is going well for the.
好了，快点，现在要夜战了。哎，有没？我们先跟妹合照一下。
Next thing now, we are behind schedule a little bit.
我们比个
I need
耶。
to consult a piece of paper because we have senior Rotax up next.
我们传给那个 Henry， 跟他讲我们一起直播了。
Coming in to the Way Bridge, and that is Timo Jungling sort of gesticulating something. I don't know why. He should be happy with P2. Looking down there is Thomas Pradier, and we'll be back very shortly. The next senior qualifying heat will be. I shall check my timetable because we have had those couple of red flags, and there was a cart that doesn't want to go on the trolley. Senior heat 3 will start. It will start 2 minutes past 5 in 9 minutes time.
不要传给他，真的会出事，频道可能不见了。
We're looking at the paddock area. So we have 4 races to go today. They will be the last 2 senior Rotax heats, and I'll be joined by DD2Master's driver Roger Young, and then the last 2 heats where I'll be joined by Theo Naquara from Romania. But in the meantime, this event would not be possible without the support of all Rotax's partners. Let's hear from a couple of them now. Or we'll hear from Jen Wade instead, and then we hear from our partners. Jen Wade has been a fixture of Rotax. This wouldn't be possible without Jen Wade at all. Take it away, Jen.
Claudia, all the way from Colombia. Yes. How are you?
好 ，Jen 又来访问了这个哥伦比亚妈妈。我觉得她这件的那个外套很好看的。这个 RMC 外套蛮好看的。
Yeah, I have the distribution from Ecuador, Peru,
这个 BIS CUIT SBII 是哪位
Wow. Yeah, I know. Also Daniela, she has our camera.
Daily Life 谁未成年？
Wow, and what do you think about?
你说 Junior 的中国队吗？
It's amazing to be here. The
你看左上角这个 B 路
，everything very organized.
彭路啊，
左
上角这个
very happy.
彭路也是一个女车手啊。
Well, you know, our races, so sometimes it's not easy to be.
刚刚那个呢，应该是 Senior 的
Not
妹。
easy at all, but the competition is fantastic.
刚刚那个是 Senior。The
organization is fantastic.
因为他在播报的时候 ，Henry 有讲说是请 Senior 的英国车手来帮忙播报。
Anyone watching at home, you'd like to say hello to the big Rotax family, South America?
Hello, all my friends from South America. Welcome to the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. We are very happy to be here with you to share with you this event. As distributor, we are very proud to be here. And we hope you
真的可以去到，像他讲的，就是我们非常荣幸可以来到这个 Rotax 世界杯，其实真的是很荣幸，而且也很光荣。这世界杯就是聚集了全世界在玩 Rotax 的人的 top， 我相信能够去的就是各个国家的天花板。在这边呢，不论输赢，就是一起来参加这个盛事，而且去到现场啊，我去年去真的是很惊艳的，也很惊讶。 就原来这个比赛可以把它办得跟这么嘉年华会一样，然后比赛的现场肃杀感，跟我们在场下的这种欢乐感，又可以同时和在一起，很爽。查理哥哥，对啊，我们去雪邦啊，我应该会担任这个媒体成员。如果参加雪邦比赛，大家需要 赛事记录的影片，如果有需要做个人专辑的话，我们可以代劳。然后我们可能也可以同时在现场直播这个比赛。好，因为台湾跟马来西亚是没有时差的，没有时差，所以大家一定很关注我们的比赛的。OK。然后这个3轮车啊，目前荧幕上这个3轮车， 他们的引擎就是 Rotax 做的，有台湾有卖这个车，是安东代理的，跟 KTM 同一家厂商，它叫做 Can 吧，好像 Can 吧，好像。大家听说这车很难骑啊，很难转弯。
这不会有60
度？会有翻车的问题。对，没错，小富哥讲的没错，它有分2个等级。什么叫超级感谢啊，查理哥？你要抖内是不是？好，我们现在可以开吗？好像不知道怎么开，毕竟我们是直播新手嘛。好啊，刷一排汉堡啦，用打字的，刷汉堡或刷666都可以。没错，他真的不会翻，因为之前我跟永兴蛮熟的嘛，然后永兴其实这个车也卖蛮多台的。 然后也蛮多中年男子骑这个车，因为其实骑这个车他真的也骑不快，然后就是一种身份的象征嘛。好，等一下就要来世界之战啊 ，Senior Max。 那个想尿尿的先赶快去尿一下啊！哈，等一下5点了，大家就没得尿了。当地5点就开始比赛喽。我们看一下 schedule。 好 ，schedule 是5.02，他们应该会直接5.02就上 Senior 跟 DD2 咯。哦 ，Senior 加 DD2 1个小时跑完，还没，等一下 Senior 跑2场才会比 DD2。Senior 比完才会比 DD2， 目前 DD2 还没有比。今天呢会跑 Qualifying Heat 3， 然后呢这3个 Heat 啊 ，Qualifying Heat 1到 Heat 3的所有积分会累积起来，才会看你明天有没有办法跑 Pre-Final。希望高杰可以成为台湾第一个跑进 Final 积分的车手。对啊，我们的赛程啊，就是到礼拜6 qualify， 然后 pre-final 跟 final。其实跑80这个夜战，如果有夜战的这个相片的话，其实蛮屌的。因为大部分啊，现在官方写的 Sodi 就是官方。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. 2 senior races and 2 DD2 races to go. Joining me in the commentary box now from Chinese Taipei, the island of Taiwan, DD2Masters driver Roger Young. Roger, welcome back to the commentary box. You were with me
welcome, Roger Young.
In Portimao, and we're here again. It's going to be another good race, but you're having a very good grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, this year we're in the Masters, so it's not as crazy as DD2 was last year.
Roger Young,
yes. Track is quite difficult, quite technical.
Yeah, you're finding it that it's you don't get a chance to test it very often, you know, and it's a very demanding track, lots of elevation changes.
I think coming from Asia, our tracks are quite start and stop.
Yes.
So my first day here,
you're
doing turn 1 up to turn 5, which is non-stop left and right with a lot of camber, you don't really even have much time to think what you're doing.
来，你们听一下 Roger 的英文啊。
That roller coaster
不是美式腔啊，他这是 New Zealand
New Zealand accent. You only have 2 heats and you're all through to the pre-final.
Yeah, so now I'm sitting here with you.
我来看一下
watching the guys go at it. Yeah.
follow 这个比赛。
Senior race, there was a bit of an incident up at the front. Macaulay Bishop, Kai Hunter, and Ethan Jeff Hall all involved. Several of the drivers, Matt Higgins as well was involved in that. But this is a time where the night's coming down, the temperatures, you can see Macaulay's got his iridium visor on, but then behind him the 308 cart of Ethan Jeff Hall, the clear visor.
OZ 枪 ，OZ 枪，对对对，很可爱。
See where you're going, do you?
No, I mean the floodlights here, to be fair, they do a really good job. But I think if you have a dark
好，开始了。下场我们看一下
as good visibility and at such
周
a
延
high
成是不是
speed
跑
track
这一
like
组？
this, I think you need everything you can get.
So on-board kart is with our Australian driver starting at the back, Jack Webster. Jack is a lot quicker than his grid position suggests.
周延成应该是下一组，我没有看到他的名字。
The floodlights here are world class. It's a world-class facility in every sense of the word. 36 drivers all going out. I'm just checking to see that we've got all 36 drivers. But the full
好，但是这一组有很刺激的啊哈。第一名是 Sing Butcher， 他也是英国很快的车手。
Ethan Jeff Hall, row 2. Simon Olin and Matthew Higgins, row 3. Aaron Krepsick and Eric Haystack on row number 4.
又有人 DNS 了。
Theo Eriksson, George Cafataris,
哇，2个 DNS。
Al Hassan, and oh no, that it looks like George Cafataris pulling off with a problem. The Greek driver, terrible misfortune. Tian van Verwen, Paul Hamburg, Matteo Richter, and Jules Roussel. The rest of the field. Now, does that mean we're going to have another rolling lap? Can George Cafataris? That's the worst thing that could possibly happen, isn't it, Roger?
Oh, I think so. I'm not sure whether that was a mechanical issue or...
Yeah, we're going to go around again. Yeah,
okay.
he was
夜战 开始
I mean, as a driver, when that happens, is there certain things you can do to maybe sort of bring the car back to life?
Yeah, but I mean,
成
honestly,
功了，
it's
重
the
新
last
起跑，
qualifying
重新
heats
起
they've
跑
got. I mean,
，restart。
that's gotta put a dent in your nerves too, for sure.
Yes, indeed. Oliver Kruglov and Khalid Shalash are not out there. They have both withdrawn from the meeting after that major accident yesterday. They're both okay, but the carts obviously, not repairable in the time frame that they have. And of course, each of these drivers, they get given these carts. They're brand new carts at the start of the week. It's a 10-lap race. Webster has only got 33 carts to try and get through.
MAX 的 A 加 D 组。
his car is there out of the race.
那个大毛哥查理在问你什么时候要去体检，他要参加了。
The 15-year-old driver from Athens, the Greek champion this year. Last year he finished 35th as a junior, and he's going to be hard pressed to even make the final now after a DNS.
Yes, I think so. I mean, with all the points accumulation, if you have one race
哇，
where you're a
3台
DNS,
DNS 哎。
chances are half gone, really.
So, under the lights once again, Butcher and Bishop on row 1, Kumagai and Ethan Jeff Hall row 2, Olin and Higgins row 3, Bishop, Higgins
哇，这个会气死哎，他人生会气死哎
DNS。
好，目前对位第2次起跑会不会成功呢？各位。
Butcher can take it a little bit easier.
哇，这个摄影车又完蛋了，他等下应该要出事了。 摄影车都不是很运气好，哎，起跑成功，第3名 hold 住第2集团。我觉得这个晚上啊，赛道好像真的有变滑哦，每一台车的这个动态都有比较滑一点。 哇，塞内线撞了！你看，摄影车是马上就撞了。我就跟你讲，摄影车很衰。
Jack Webster, you saw the Italian driver Gregorio Bertoccio just sliding there. Oh, the camera's back on. The carts going everywhere. This is crazy stuff.
Sin Butcher 顺利的跑开，跟第2名有0.3的差距。
Something happened there for sure.
Yes, bumper to camera contact.
看一下 replay。跟你讲，摄影车真的很衰。重刹，哇，塞他内线。
It's hard to avoid, isn't it?
然后呢？
关门。
Yeah, I mean, Bertoccio probably didn't expect them to close in right there, and that was it.
And that was that. But now Bertoccio has also come round back in 32nd position. Webster in 30.
大会的摄影车呢，本来是希望可以看到这个超车精彩镜头，可是没想到都看到每次撞车镜头。
Second position, Kenta Kumagai in 3rd, Jeff Hall 4th, Matthew Higgins is 5th, Olin is 6th, Eric Haystack is 6th. Now,
好，第2名的车手是来自日本，然后另外前5名里面有4台英国车。每年的 Senior Max 啊，在这个 Rotax 比赛啊，大概前3名。 都是英国人在斗。没有哦，没有哦，阿杰在DD2 Senior 是今天的最后一组，这一组是目前没有台湾人，但是下一组会有周延成，下一组会有周延成。
Back to Alan Krepsik from Hungary in the predominantly white race suits. They're behind us now, coming out down towards turn 8. This is a really good overtaking zone because you're not enforcing track limits on the exit. You can see everyone running wide.
好，第1集团呢，其实大家塞得蛮紧的。新Butcher掉到第3名。
On the inside, you do tend to run wide, and going up towards turn 9, you sort of want to.
没错，没错，阿杰跑DD2。
So if you're throwing it in too far, the guy will just cross you over and hug the inside. So
不是啊，汉堡。
I mean,
你跟展翼都用一样的名字，他会搞错，都是会搞错。
But you know, when everybody puts on a helmet, when the race is on, sometimes you know you do go over just that little bit.
Yes, you know, it's now or never. We've had a couple of changes up at the front. Macaulay Bishop has retaken the lead. Sean Butcher has fallen to 3rd. Matthew Higgins is 2nd. So the Welshman from Treveglois into P2. Butcher down to Sean Butcher. 2 wins. He's being aggressive but not overly aggressive.
汉堡，你拿出你的那个西班牙居留证给大家看一下。
There's the Indian driver.
哎，在这边要感谢一下 汉堡跟展翼，去年在世界杯的时候，汉堡跟展翼给了我很多建议，给了我很多帮忙，感谢。啊，你过期了，你不是没有回台湾吗？好，这个目前 MAX 的第二集团也是斗得非常的凶啊。
To make the finals. Yes. So basically, for the senior drivers, the junior drivers,
新部球已经掉到第4名了。
And the DD2 drivers, everything counts. One spot could mean whether you miss out on the finals or not.
哇，你要去把英国妹吗？汉堡是去把英国妹吗？那你是不是跟那个小新都在英国？
Jeff Hall, Higgins and Butcher, Simon Olin is the leading.
好，第1名又是英国人 Dan Holland Racing.
With the fast lap of the race has gone to Paul Hamburg in 11th position. So this lead group 2, 4.
好，现在在巴黎已经来到这个夜战的时间了。
From France in 9th position.
这个哇，我有问题。汉堡，我有问题。刚刚这个前2名这样子蛇行，有没有变线2次的嫌疑？各位，你们觉得有没有变线2次的嫌疑？那个是完全蛇行哎。
Yeah, I mean, look at them. There's what, 8,
9.
Yep.
好，汉堡加油，一起减肥。
It's going to be even more now because Bishop is slowing them down.
Yeah.
He's slowing them down, looking over his shoulder.
好，目前前4名。
Inside line. He's not weaving or blocking, but he is
前4名是一个集团，前6名吸上来8名。好，目前我看一下，前8名秒差在1秒内。
But he's already had, 2 wins. 2 wins, obviously.
Stay out of trouble is the strategy, because of course, if you get so much as a nose cone penalty, you're going to lose 20 places because the field is so bunched
距离这一组结束还有3圈。
He's got the right game plan. Oh, somebody just went very wide out there.
Yeah, that's one of the going.
哇，这赛道很漂亮哎！你看后面的棕榈树还有灯，圣诞节要到了，赛道居然也有放上这个圣诞节的装饰。好，第2名是 Strawberry 厂队的英国车手，医生 Jeff Hall。哇，2、3名斗很凶哦，第1名要跑掉了。第1名也是英国人 Dan Holland Racing。 是啊，这赛道真的蛮漂亮的。不然汉堡，你留在英国，去抢英国的名额怎么样？参加一整个年度的英国比赛，或是 Euro Trophy 这样子。
Yeah, so I think Kent from Japan. He's had a really solid week.
Yes.
I went out to Japan earlier this year to watch one of the races down in Mizunami.
Yes.
And he is a solid.
对啊，我们刚刚在讨论说2021是谁去跑 Senior Max， 然后那个小富就有说是你跑的。
He's been there or thereabouts, and that's the thing. So I mean, I have to say that I've been doing this event for 10 years now.
好的，前2名，哇，第4名塞进来第3名，第4名应该是 Sim Butcher 塞进第3名啊。他现在要去追第2名的车子，还有2圈，应该没有什么太大问题吧。
Was the one driver? That was his nickname, Mega Giu.
不是啊，汉堡，因为那一年我还刚接触卡丁车，根本就不知道谁是谁，完全都不认识啊。
Now it's coming right back. There's a couple of reasons for that, I think, which we'll talk about. But meanwhile, on the track with lap 9 out of 10.
好，目前来到赛事第9圈了。
And trying to see which British driver is in. I think that is Butcher or Higgins in 3rd position. We'll get a number check on that next time around.
看起来前3名应该是没有什么悬念啦。
But this is now a fight between Bishop and Ethan Jeff.
哎呦，第2名开始要进攻了。
So Ethan Jeff Hall.
哇，第2集团好扯哦。
Higgins is still there in 3rd.
第2集团后轮又尬到了。 好，赛事要进入最后一圈了。我觉得每次看这个英国内战都会有点爽，不知道为什么。
No, I mean the guy. I think I saw Ethan Jeff Hall.
哇，第3名杀上来啊！
Oh really? Oh, so because there's
太狠了
a big accident and Ethan Jeff Hall could have bent the frame. There he goes. What a move from Ethan Jeff Hall to take the lead from Macaulay Bishop. Bishop fighting back. 3 wide into the
换了。
Higgins runs wide. Higgins is trying to get out of the way.
那个 Daily Line 这一次 Master Max 不好意思，因为台湾应该说世界杯并没有 Max 的 Master 组，只有 DD2 有 Master 组。那 DD2 Master 是现在正在播报的 Roger 疯狂 Roger 跑 DD2 Master 组。哇，这前2名斗到最后一个弯呢！哇，出去了！哎，这个看不出来是谁拿第1名呢？
Great.
And we're only at the heats.
Only at the heats, and that's countrymen. It's not.
这个差应该差1.1而已吧？0.066。
Welcome to the Motorsport UK Vera Tools British Kart Championship, Roger. Because that's what it's like every race.
哎 ，UK 内战呐，前3名都是 UK 啦。哦，好恶心哦。哦，更正，前4名都是 UK 啊。
Yes.
We've been discussing this, haven't we? I mean, it's a combination of the history of racing in the UK.
Yes.
The climate, also
the professionalism of the teams that are all there, and the amount of drivers. And we had an event in the Vera Tools British Championship this year in Junior Rotax, where the top 66.
我觉得除了英国以外，大家都去陪跑的，好过分哦。
Yeah, it's just too close.
So you have to be ultra aggressive every single lap because the level is so high, and that translates into here. Now we were talking about how come Thailand having a great run last year. Your country, Chinese Taipei, in the island of Taiwan, its first Grand Finals podium. You've got the Asia Festival and the Asia Trophy as well now. That's giving drivers from the entire region a chance to compete not just in the national championships but regional series against a higher level of competition, which means that when they get here, they're better prepared.
So last year, after we met in Portimao, I went over to do the first Asia Festival. Well, first for me anyway. That was in Malaysia.
First full stop,
Yep. And then, obviously, post-COVID, now we've got the Asia Trophy Series as well.
Yes.
So I, obviously based in Taiwan, we're 4 hours away from Malaysia. I went and did one round in the Asia Trophy in July, which was between our races back home. Just, I wanted to experience the Asia Trophy and get more practice.
Yes.
I mean, for us to fly out to Europe, I wanted to do round 4 of the Euros at PFI. But to be honest, to fly 15 hours to do one race at my age and to go home, readjust to the time zone differences.
Yeah, work, earn the money to come and do rallying, things like that.
So now that, you know, as you said, there is Asia Trophy, it is bringing competition closer together in Asia. I think that's really, really good. So January next year, January 24, there's going to be the Asia Festival.
That's at Sepang in Malaysia, I think January 26th to the 28th. As you look at the results, so back home watching, please look at the provisional results of where your driver is. But what you do is get your pen and paper out and take some notes. January the 26th to the 28th, Sepang, Malaysia, the Asia Festival. And then you have a 4-round Asia Trophy Series.
So what they've done this time, because of the festival, they are doing the first round of Asia Trophy a week before, which will act as a warm-up race pretty much.
Brilliant, and then, so that is also in Sepang.
Also in Sepang.
So the first round of the Asia Festival, the 3rd weekend in January, then the Asia Trophy, the 4th weekend in January in Malaysia, in Sepang. But I wonder if Jen Wade is going to be there. Jen Wade, are you going to be in Sepang, Malaysia? Let's find out. You've worked down there with one of the drivers.
I'm thinking about it.
Hi, Jen.
Maybe I'm going to go to Sepang. Are you going to go to Sepang?
I'm not sure yet.
No. Ethan, Jeff Hall and myself, we're thinking about going to Sepang. Henry?
We'll have to see.
We'll have to see. We're going to have to organise our diary and calendar and see what we're doing. What a good race, Ethan. You said it's hot.
Yeah, it's very hot. I know it's dark, but it's still very humid. It was a great race. We had a bit of an incident in the one before. Had to reframe, but you know the kart was great in that one, and it was very quick.
So now what happens? You've had 3 heats?
Yeah, 3 heats.
Tomorrow there's another kind of heat.
Yeah, it's like a soup heat, so it's a little bit longer. I'm not sure how the point system works, but it's basically another heat.
So that heat will help you decide what pre-final position you have. But for now, I mean, the racing has been really unbelievable.
Yeah, it's been great. You know, there's a lot of people going for crazy moves. But the racing's been very tough, and yeah, it's been great.
It's nice to be here in Bahrain.
Yeah, it's very nice. It's obviously quite warm compared to England, where it's about 0 degrees. So it's very nice.
You can go back to that next week.
Yeah.
Anyway, nice to see you, and of course we know you're the RMC International Trophy Champion in seniors.
马来西亚站呢，
this year,
就是 Rotax Grand
you
Final
stacked
的
up
前
quite
哨
a
战
few. You've been
为什么？
European
因为它
as
是
well.
1月就开始。
So it'd be nice to top it off with one of these.
Yeah, it'd be great. Obviously, might not be so easy with the incident in the.
我靠，下一场开 Hunter 第
You'll do
一
your，best, and of
然后
course we know
Mark
that
Kimber
as
掉
you
很
get
后
older
面哎
and。taller, that means you'll be soon probably driving around a bigger racetrack. But for now, we're going to
我们来
look
看
forward to
周延成在
tomorrow.
哪
Well
里
done.？
Thank you very much.
周延成在倒数第2名哎。
Thank you very much, Ethan Jeff Hall. Might see him in Malaysia. You know.
周延成加油啊！倒数第2起跑，你
There's a
没有什么后
sponsor
顾
out
之
there
忧
that
啊！
could
加油！
take Hasham's finest to Malaysia. That he would be a credit to the Asia Festival. Now,
对啊，汉堡我刚
there
看还
is
蛮
the
多车
reigning
都
British
把沙
champion
子
of the
带到 racing line 上面，
Kai
所以车辆的
Hunter
动态
from
都比较
Horton
偏
Spring
滑，对不对？
in the northeast of England. Behind him, the Austrian driver, number 352. Now, grandstand watch. Let's see, can we recognise anyone in the grandstand to make fun of, Rog? No, that's there's Team Switzerland by there. That is, that's
周延成要加油啊！
Chinese lady. That's her mum, actually. That's
往
how
前冲啊，往
Chi
前冲啊！
mum. She's the only driver. Hello, Mrs. Chi. You're on camera.
Chinese driver?
Yeah, young Chinese lady. How she?
How she?
How she?
Yeah.
How she? Yeah.
Is that the mum?
Looks like it. Possibly.
Chinese.
Oh, I've been too busy watching the races and racing myself.
I'm not saying that I'm looking at the mums.
Chinese
or anything
woman.
like
Yeah, I
that.
can't say I'm looking at the mums, Henry.
Well, I tell you what, there's Mike Chalk, Jensen Chalk's dad, the Team UK driver, Team UK dad. I know that there's Gianluca Savalio's dad. I can see that. There's Mike. Say hello, Mike. Mike, wave to Kathy, who's watching back home. Mummy Chalk, wave to Mummy Chalk. No, there we go. There we go. Gianluca Savalio's dad just behind, waiting for Gianluca to go out in his last DD2 heat. A stoic Canadian. There's Henry Corn with his sunglasses on the top of his head.
好，
And,
巴林
all
这
the
个赛
rage
道
Gage
很特
Corn
别
in the blue，
来
baseball
夜
cap. It's
赛
not
啊
been a！great
现在
grand
当地时
finals
间5点
for
半，
Gage
台湾
so
已
far.
经10点
Mike's
半
tried
了。
to escape. You're still on camera, Mike. I can still pick on you. There's George
各
Friend.
位要去
Albie
亚洲
Friend's
杯的
dad.
老板
Gives
们
a，wave, George. There's
有
Albie.
需要
Where's
媒体
Albie? Come on,
的
Albie.
欢迎私讯。
George, give him a punch.
总
Get
干
him
事
to wave.
小
Get
虎
him to
现
wave.
在在
He
加
still
班。
has to race, Henry. He
Good,
still has to
good
race.
lad, I know.
好，邀请干爹带我
Occasionally,
们去
the occasional clip round.
拍摄亚洲杯。
There we go.
英国慢
I can see
台
the
湾
HR
8小时
department
啊！
having kittens. Cole Denham, his mum and dad are watching there. Give us a wave, Mr. and Mrs. Denham, all the way from Scotland. Go on, you know you want to. Give us a wave. Give us a wave, Mrs.
You're on
Denham.
kiss cam, like the NBA. You're on kiss cam.
Like the NBA, yeah, kiss cam. Kai Rillarts' parents are there as well in the
Kiss
denim jacket there. Hello, Mrs. Rillarts. You're on camera. Give us a wave. Oh, camera pans away. There is Luis
不过这就是
Sanchez
现场好玩的
Romana,
地方，我觉得大家
our
会
young
很有互动
Colombian
啊。
driver. And we got the Greek team. They'll be a
世
bit
界杯真的
upset
是我觉
with
得办
George
得很
Cafetaris'
棒，
thing.
很有嘉年
Mason
晚会的
Bishop,
感觉。
Mason Tune. Now, second in there, looking
你
like
在
he's
照
doing
妹
well.
啊，
That
照
is
妹，快点，
Macaulay
赶快大家
Bishop's
看妹会。
mechanic in the UK. He's 13 years old. He's not actually allowed on the dummy grid. Macaulay Bishop won 2 British titles this year with a 13-year-old and dad Ian mechanicking for him. Remarkable.
That is crazy. 13-year-old mechanic.
And he's not allowed on the grid. I think Mason's 30. Maybe he's 12. He might be younger. I'm about to get a Facebook message from Kitty, Macaulay's mum, telling me exactly how old Mason is. But he's not allowed on the dummy grid in the UK because he's too young. But yet he bolts the kart together, under supervision, but he bolts it together every single race. Macaulay won 2 British titles this year.
So, how does that work? I mean,
he drinks very heavily, does Mason. Yeah.
好啦，我们帮光头王周彦成加油！出发了，出发了。
Does get going. He's the last senior Rotax heat of the 2023 Grand Finals.
Go, go, go.
The starting lineup is as follows: Kai Hunter and Oliver Hodgson on row
Qualifying
number 1.
history,
Daniel Houseworth
1, 2,
and
5,
Theo
MAX
Kakati
B+C,
on row number
B
2.
and C.
Row 3, Austin Lee and Kai Rillarts. Row 4, Lewis Gilbert,
Lewis
still
Gilbert,
looks like Kai Hunter on the graphics there, and Matej Konik. Laurent Lego and Nick Trobech. And next, then Miska Kaskinen and Balas Jurancic from Hungary. On row number 7, Mark Kimber and Andrei Petrovic, then Proseccio Harja and Christian Pastia. Proseccio Harja having an excellent grand finals, the only driver here from Indonesia.
不知道英国几位车手啊，应该有8位，是不是啊？
Papachena next, that's your top 20, Boltasu, and then the first of the 2 Tamahashi brothers, Rakuto, head of Yazuka. Then it is Clayton Enser Smith, Jingxuan Lin from China, and Alexandra Benoit Bessac. A little bit further down, there's the rest of the starting lineup. Yan Chen Cho from Chinese Taipei.
Yan Chen Cho from Chinese Taipei.
I think he's overwhelmed. First time here as well, so yeah, not easy.
It's not easy, but again, the learning experience, and when he goes back to race in Taiwan, false start. But that is okay. You say the word overwhelming, which it is often because, okay, how many drivers on average race in your national championship in senior Rotax?
Senior Rotax?
Yeah.
Roughly 30.
Roughly 30, you know, but you got 72 here, and they're all champions. So you come here for the first time. I mean, it's easy for even a senior driver, an older driver like yourself, to be intimidated. Some of the younger drivers, I mean, Yan Chen Cho, I've got his details down in the commentary box, but yeah.
赢美国区的门票。
Yeah, I mean, he's about 18. Yeah. So his sister also races.
Okay.
His sister is actually sponsored by my team. She's a sponsored driver.
Oliver 是赢美国区的门票。哎，快点啊，加油！大家来看哦。周彦成要起跑了。
A lot of these kids.
来自欧风车队的周彦成。
He's been happy with the result, but I
对
think he's been
就跟
at
这
the
次的
grand
上海站一
finals
样，一场
once
就有门
before, I
票的。
believe, as a junior.
Okay, yes.
Okay, so to be able to come back again, and I think, you know, once you've been to Bahrain, because, you know, obviously this happened in 21.
Yes.
Everybody goes home and goes, wow, this is a crazy sick track. So I think for him, he's happy to be here first and
好，我
foremost.
们来刷一排爱心，帮周彦成加油！快点，快点，快点，快点，快点，快
See
点！
him do well in this
And
heat.
this would be good. Okay, the chances of making the final are very slim, but again, progress.
起跑成
It's all
功
about progress as the
塞了
lights go
塞了
out, and we're off and racing. Hunter makes a good start round the outside. Hodgson trying to make it too wide, and Oliver Hodgson. Is that Hodgson grabbing the lead? No, Hunter still has it. Hodgson down to third, and that's Daniel Houseworth.
有人撞了
Very tight. Lewis Gilbert's up over the curbs, and they're three
哇
wide
第
coming
三
out
节人
of
撞
turn
了
1. Somebody at the back of the pack spins.
又撞了，
I
后
think
面又
that
撞
was
了，
Tish
哇
Down.
靠！我们
Tish
来看一下
Down
周彦成
going
在
for
不
a
在啊？
spin at the back of the pack. Several of the carts going off
开玩
as
笑
well. But we just about got everyone safely through. Now Kai Hunter gets into his rhythm. Hodgson pushing Houseworth along.
Yeah, I think Kai,
周
I
彦
mean,
成
he's had
上
a
到
really
27
solid
名。
year this year in the UK.
是啊。
So he's already pulled away. So I mean,
哇，
you know,
2、3、4
I mean,
名
look at
斗
the
很
other
凶
guys,
啊
3 wide again
第一名
on the
跑掉
first
了
lap. So,
Theo
wow.
Kakati, the
Kai
red
Hunter
crash
跑
out
掉
the
了
black race suit moving into P4. And behind Kakati, Rillarts, Austin Lee, who won his earlier round. Austin Lee was very good early on. Oh, won this side.
冲了，冲了，冲了！
Let's
这样
have a
replay
little
replay。
look back at this coming down the hill. There is Houseworth
哇，这个刹到刹子都喷起来了。
Yeah, he locked up on the inside, didn't he? But he's trying to defend.
感谢大家按爱心帮周彦成加油。目前周彦成已经上到27名了。我们要帮台湾人加油。Chinese Taipei.
Hodgson is not going to be impressed by this one little bit, the 30-year-old from Kings Lynn, and passed them both. Now that is Austin Lee, I think, who has now passed them both and has moved into second position. Houseworth maybe has set his pressure up to come on later in the race.
这个真是战术，
over the curve
真的
there.
第二
That
名
was who was that?
看大家要干后轮的啦。
Harley possibly getting it all wrong and almost spearing into the chase. But this is Roger, this is absolutely ridiculous. Kai Hunter
好，
has
汉
a
堡说
3-second
他们的技
lead.
师很多都会在站在那个看台那边比战术。
Finally managed to calm themselves down.
又有人把沙带进来场地里面了。
Houseworth, that again. Sometimes you set your pressures up to come on later in the race, don't you?
Yeah, but I mean, this is.
太扯了啦！第一名拉开超多3秒多
I don't think you want to go too low because it'll come on too late. It's going to be too slippery. The day before, it was very humid. So our helmets, when we're in Parc Ferme, the entire layer
他们这样是好的，
outside layer
把集团一直压下来，然后周彦成就
Yes, we are in the south. The Bahrain International Circuit is in the very southernmost part of the island of Bahrain.
周彦成掉到32，为什么？
Capital city of Manama, so we are out in the desert, and of course, you know, there's not a cloud in the sky.
对啊 ，Hunter 我记得去年也是蛮快的。
But yeah, I noticed that as well. You know, the glass barriers outside this, they do get covered.
为什么光头王掉到这么后面？
Of course, yeah, you do need some heat in those
有碰撞到吗？
as quickly as possible.
Yeah, so I mean, go back to what you were saying about tire pressures. I think 10-lap race, everybody's going. Nobody is going low, let's put it that way.
Yeah, and Houseworth was just ultra defensive. Now, Daniel Houseworth is the third kart in line here, 4th overall, has started to get back into his rhythm. Hodgson looks to the inside, and the door gets opened. Hodgson, great move into P2, passing Austin Lee. Houseworth is next. Then it's Adam Rahali now in the dark blue race suit and the white lapels from France. He moves past Mark Kimber. Then it's Kakati, Rillards, Christian Pastrian, Gilbert, Petrovic, Lego, Konich, Rikuto Tamahashi up to 14th, Kaskinen, Presetio Harja, Elia Papachena, Alexandra Baltasu from Romania, Nick Trobec, and Balas Jorancic in 20th. Further down the order, Yan Chen
周彦成还在32徘徊，可是他的秒数明明就比前一台车快啊！是发生什么事情？
But he's just 1/10 of a second behind Ireland's Robert Cronin, Tish Dam from Belgium, who was second in the E20 Junior race last year. So
Mark Kimber 已经上到第5名了。
Ethan Thorne
哇，第2名跟第1名秒差有4秒
the Rotax Winter Trophy in Florida.
Okay, yeah, I mean, look, this is the grand finals, so every driver is legitimate champion. So, mate, I mean,
感谢汉堡来这边帮我们留言，告诉我们英国人有多坏，
The real progress that you find that you've made only kind of appears, you know, the next time you go to your national series and you see how much you know the rivals that you may have just beaten to get a ticket here. Suddenly, you're half a second at the road because you're that much more strong.
Yeah, so the saying back home is, you know, once you've been overseas and done some overseas races, there is no way you can come back a worse driver per se.
Yes.
You know, so everybody that really is serious about karting, at least in Asia, you need to go to Europe. You know, I mean that's where a lot of the competition is.
But the Japanese series is very, very strong. I've seen lots of
周彦成目前31啊，
big
加油加油加油
circuits, you know, as well. But again, there's a different culture of racing. You know, there's
还有3圈，还有3圈。
In a local race, they would be, say, in Europe or in Italy or in the UK or even in places like Canada where the Rotax grids are huge.
But the race I went to see in Japan in September, so I've heard stories about the Japanese being very good, very quick drivers, but gentle when it came to battling.
Okay.
That was not what I saw in September, I can guarantee you that.
Yeah, the elbows were sharpened like a samurai sword.
还有3圈，
That was their final race.
等一下就是 DD2
so everybody was
DD2 的比赛啦，还有3圈。 DD2 就有谁？有GG高G， 高杰。谢谢大毛哥，没关系，我要减肥。不能再吃了。我们刚刚说到这样。看到这个收入了没？好，目前剩下2圈，周元成有没有在往上呢？还没，今天晚餐没吃。雪邦如果175的话，我们就非常占有优势了，配一点就够了，配很少，可以油加到全满，第一次可以享受油加满的快感，是吗？
He never looks like he's actually turning the steering wheel.
Yeah, if you watch him, he's always either leaning on one side or the other side, but he's quick as a cat.
周元成怎么又往下掉啊？奇怪，他的秒数其实都比前面快。
Out of turn number 3 through the roller coaster. Now, of course, 2 laps to go. Kimber didn't qualify very well. He's got Houseworth making the move on Austin Lee, and Kimber tries to capitalize, backs out of it, thinks against it. That allows Oliver Hodgson to escape. And here comes Lee at the inside again through turn number 8. Now, will we see any
对啊，不好意思，真的有点那个。我们这边因为信号的关系，大概会慢差不多2秒左右，跟你们现场大概慢2秒左右。我们也一起帮菲利加油。
That's good company to be in.
Only one of them has won a grand finals, though. That's Oliver Hodgson, 2013. Although George Russell's brother Benji also won a grand finals.
欢迎大家
So Kingsley do have two grand finals champions. One Russell, one Hodgson.
Sakai is what is he
好，
now?
我们祝 Eagle 去亚洲杯大成功。口头报就代表你先赢一半了。
It's cruising for him now, really.
好，最后一圈，开 Hunter 直接领先后面3秒6，太过分了，坏蛋英国人。第2名直接差3秒6。那个，我想请问一下在座各位报名亚洲杯的大家，你们有需要随队摄影吗？有需要做个人专辑特辑吗？有的话，欢迎私信我们粉丝团，好不好？保证帮你们做一集帅。你们要去比赛为的是什么？为的是回忆嘛。我们帮你创造回忆，帮你把回忆留下来。回忆你就是主角。好，周延成27名完赛。可以，差一点点，但是周延成可能进 final 的几率比较低了，但是没关系，像刚刚Roger讲的，他也是第一次跑这个赛道。
Let's have a look, 54.3. That is quicker than Laurent Legault, who finished 10th.
Yeah, 54.3. Yeah, I mean, he's not far off, is he?
No, and again, 8 places gained. You know, you're going to go back and you're going to see him in the Chinese Taipei, Taiwan area of the driver's tent. That's
跑出54.3秒。
Yeah, it is. I mean, just coming here, being amongst all the great drivers is going to be a lot of great experience for him to bring back home.
Yes.
And, you know, I'd like to see these kids come out and pass on these experience to even younger drivers, our minis and the micros.
Yeah, because you go back and you race against them in your local
Michael 太坏了哦。
But of course, you know, we want to say hi to everybody.
Michael 这太坏了，前面撞掉26台就第1名了。
I forget what the name of it was. You had
Li Bao.
Li Bao.
That's our main track.
Li
Yeah.
Bao. So I mean, if there's lots of people, what time is it back home for you, Roger?
好，就像汉堡讲的，还不一定。
So it's 10:30.
还不一定，搞不好明天还有机会。
I mean, I'm sure everyone's having an enjoyable evening watching watching the racing and say hi to everyone.
Hello, 台湾人，大家好，帮台湾队加油。I just said, go Team Taiwan.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Two rights. A podium.
Roger 一样用中文跟大家问好啊。
Did that as you look at the results on your screen? There's some of the marbles, but I mean, just finding.
你看，前2名又是英国人。
The podium that you got last year in E20 Senior. Did that has an impact when you get back to your home country? Did that have an impact? Were people celebrating that?
Yeah, I mean everybody is obviously very proud of. They're the Lim brothers, right? The younger brother got the podium in E20 last year. Our DD2 driver Jay, he's doing well this time.
Yes.
We've sort of struggled a little bit trying to find the setup with how the track is laid out. But I think he's found his pace, so he's still got his heats after this.
He's got one more race to go tonight. Yep.
So I really hope he does well. He made the final at a previous grand final.
播报成绩啊，第27名周延成跟第1名的秒差只有17秒而已啊。第1名只要17秒内都是不是攻击的太远的距离啊，好不好？我们可以看到这赛道现在的胎焦胎穴状况真的是蛮扯的。
Hi Tanya.
Hi Jenny.
How's everything going this week?
Oh, everything is fantastic. We have a nice weather, and when the sun is shining, everybody is more happy. I'm also happy to be here. It's actually my 14th grand final, so it's a very special moment I enjoy every year. People are laughing, people are having fun. I think everything is working very good, and I'm happy that everybody is having a good time.
And Tanya, tell me at Rotax, what exactly are you doing? For anyone that doesn't know you, we all know you.
开坏掉的人，你英文不好没关系，我中文很好。
spare parts and engines to all over the world.
我中文很好，你不用担心。
It's a good feeling when I see all engines and I say I sold this engine. It's very nice. Here at the grand finals,
下一场啊，就是 DD2 啦。
Trying to help everybody.
开坏掉的人，我中文很好，你不用担心。
我
知道你是阿凯啊，有什么白痴的 ID， 怎么可能不知道？
I'm the girl.
But nice to chat with you. I know you just came out for some fresh air this evening and to watch a little bit of the racing. What about these lights?
阿凯尾牙杯要拿第几名？
Maybe you can show everyone the lights that we've got here, skylights or whatever they're called. It's like we're in Hollywood, you know.
好，这个舞台呢，就会在这边办那个拆台大赛啊，还有颁奖啦。
Into the customer support office, but nice to see you. And this is the lady that sends everything out to the whole world.
Yes, I am.
I think you're the most popular person in Rotax.
No, I'm not.
不是啊，没有报名比赛的人不能吃尾牙，好吗？阿凯。
I hope you're watching. Okay. See you later, Tanya.
还是阿凯去亚洲杯，让他知道台湾人的厉害。
there is Tanya, who runs the Rotax customer support office here. Proud Austrian-based, proud Panamanian, and 2 years ago, I think Sebastian Ng was the first Panamanian driver to qualify for this event, and Tanya was overwhelmed with emotion every time.
手机来充一下电，手机要没电了。
went onto the track. We're looking at Jakob Bazel, who won his previous heat race. 2 races to go, 2 heats remain at the Grand Finals 2023. They go past so quickly.
大家注意一下。 还有30秒就要出车了，赶快去尿个尿。
Oliver Hodgson will be happy with his last result because Mr. UK, his mechanic, who is the most American-sounding Brit I've ever seen in my life, is going to be pleased with that. But I'm joined once again in the commentary box for the last 2 races by Theo Niquara from Romania. Theo, you were here for MicroMax. Now we're at the other end of the spectrum, the ultimate Rotax class, DD2.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I'm happy to join Henry again. I really want to see how the first drivers managed to get the gap now, because I think these two groups are more closely matched, and I really want to see what happens in the front.
Okay, so a quick couple of insights as you look at the starting lineup with Leonardo Bacaglini looking for a third win. On the Jaden Pope is watching from Australia, and he ran in the grand finals back in 2017 in Portimao and 2018 in Brazil. We have got support for the Czech Republic, for Germany. We've got people tuning in to watch Brett and Derek King from Ecuador. Now, Leon7 on Instagram is going to be watching Leonardo Bacaglini. Bent Szabo, Hungary getting plenty of support as well. On the circuit, 36 drivers, Bacaglini and Bazell, Sanyala and Watsi, Vendelbo and Pania-Diaz, Szabo and Van Leeuwen, Janowskis and Liberante, Hanem, Montesinos, Brosio, Alesna, and the rest. 36 karts all on circuit. Have you ever driven a DD2? You've driven DD2, haven't you, Theo?
Yeah, I've driven a DD2.
高杰是下一组，不是这一组。
won a national championship in Romania, and I've also driven in the international trophy once.
Yes.
And I have to say, it's very difficult.
It's going to be even harder now with the track cooling down. Lights are red, lights are out. We're off and racing. It's a great start for Bacaglini, but unlike this morning, where everyone sort of tripped over themselves behind, Bacaglini is under pressure. Bazell moves into P2. Sanyala is third. Mwatsi is there in fourth. So 3 race winners, Bacaglini, Mwatsi, and Bazell, all in this race as we head down towards 10 minutes. But it's a good, clean start, Theo, and Jakob Bazell makes the move.
Yeah, I mean, no incidents at the start is nice to see after those red flags. And that's exactly what I was saying. I like to see what happens in the front. I mean, Leonardo doesn't have it easy now.
好了，我们等一下赶快呼朋引伴进来，最后一场了，最后一场了。10分钟之后，高杰就要跑比赛了。10分钟之后，高杰就要上场比赛了。究竟我们能不能够自行宣布高杰进 final， 就看这场了。
5th position now. This is the class where there's champions up and down the order. Now at the back of it, Anthony Millet has had an issue and has come across the line in last position after starting about 12th.
目前
side by side, 3 wide coming out the turn of 1.
29名
the Dutch driver, the blue back to his race suit. There, he's under pressure this time. The leaders starting to break away.
29名
Up the hill, here we go, and there's still 3 wide. I mean, it's incredibly aggressive action. A lot of these drivers, they at the middle of the pack, they need to make moves to get them a decent place in the pre-final.
The middle pack is the worst place to be.
下降
I
一
mean,
名
it's the
他可以
last
第
heat, everyone
30
is
名
willing to risk it all to have a good place in the pre-final. And if you are a fast driver, there's no way to go. They are always running side by side. I mean, it's a gamble
好，
every
这一
turn. I
场
mean,
看起
do
来
I
目前是蛮
defend?
和
Do
平
I
的，
attack?
第1名、第2名瞬间拉开了一点点的距离啊，大概1秒5的距离。
However, with 2 wins in the bag, a second place here would seal pole position for his particular pre-final. Bazell could possibly be in the other pre-final. Does Bacaglini attack or does he sit? Because they've got a gap behind.
I think they should be patient.
哇，
I
第1
mean,
名、第2名发生什么
there's
事
a
情
lot
掉到这
more
么后
laps
面
to go, and patience is key. You just hunt for every mistake that the leader is making.
And of course, Jakob Bazell not prone to making many mistakes. However,
哇，现在现场的赛道是已经完全黑了，现在当地时间是5点48分，已经全黑了。这个现场的光照的这个流明值非常的亮哦。
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's not very risky at the moment. The gap is up there at 1.5 seconds. They have room to try and squeeze through or maybe make an exchange.
Yes, yeah. Just test each other out because Bacaglini wants to know where he's stronger than Bazell, and Bazell wants to know where he's stronger than Bacaglini. And the only way you find that out is by overtaking one another, isn't it?
Yeah, but as you said earlier, I mean, I
希望
think
这一
both of
场
them
的
know
前
how
3
fast they
名
are
或
and
前
how
10
fast
名
each other is,
前
and
10名
they
往
are
后掉，
comfortable.
这样
I
阿
don't
姐等下
think
就有
they're
机
going
会
to
了。
make anything.
哎，展毅安安，展毅安安。
Vendelbo and Sanyala next.
展毅现在在哪边啊？
Diaz is 5th. Race Liberante is 6th.
Hello， 安安。
Ben Sabo and Harry the Lion Hannum. Josh Batoon is up into 11th. Zen Derua, I think of all the drivers in this race, Derua has passed more than any other.
这个又出赛道了。
Derua has passed more people in the heats than anybody else.
你们兄弟俩，一个在英国，一个在西班牙，没有合体。没有当主播啦，就是开个直播跟大家一起看世界杯嘛。今年没有办法去比世界杯，但是我们要好好的帮台湾队加油，希望台湾人都会进决赛。然后我们就想办法串流这个影像，让大家可以来看直播。
Started from the nosebleeds, but he's making his way towards the mosh pit at the front. Now further back, Matt Taskinen has dropped back to 25th position.
好了，我们剩下最后的4圈就轮到高杰上场了。对，没有错，展毅讲的没有错，我们人没到，但我们心在。有啊，去年我跟展毅跟汉堡就在这个葡萄牙跑世界杯，哇哟，这个集团很刺激啊！塞内线，哇，干到后轮了。 那个大毛哥现在在揪1月7号永安尾牙杯，然后还有什么你知道吗？还有1月26号的亚洲杯。好，欢迎各位有兴趣的车手一起去体检拿国际驾照、国际赛车执照。
Behind Zabo, crossing the line is Zen Derua in the all-white Team Slovenia race suit, followed by Harry the Lion Hannum in the black race suit, the green crash helmet, then the all-black attack of New Zealand's Josh Batoon, and the back of the field in the bright blue and green race suit, that's Chile's Enzo Montesinos. So this is fifth back to 12th. Vania Diaz is defending hard on the hill they go. Obviously, he's not confident in the pace, and he's really being defensive, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, behind him is Philip Moiti, and we've seen that he's very fast. I mean, the last couple hits,
好，还有3圈，这一场就结束了。哇，第3名又杀上来第2名啊！哇，6、7、8名，这个也是很刺激哦。
Has got a chance here to get up the inside of Moiti. Not doesn't happen. That gives Vania Diaz a little bit of breathing space, but that cart is not very quick at the moment.
Michael 直接说。
Yeah, we can see Zen Derua making quite a comeback here.
Indeed he is. He's now up 16 positions to 8th. Make that 7th now for Derua.
哦 ，Michael， 你在美国哪里？哦，你也在英国啊？你也英国，然后这个汉堡也在英国。哎，汉堡，小新是不是也在英国啊？刚刚忘记你有没有回我？
Who is in his first ever DD2 race?
Yeah, it's very impressive that he's managed to make a top 10 appearance right now. I hope he takes it safe to the finish line. The most difficult thing to get used to is the front brakes, I think. I mean, there's a lot of rubber on the track right now. Especially third one, it's very challenging.
哎，那你们在英国是常见面？英国有距离很远吗？好，目前赛事来到第9圈。第1名又拉开，哎呦，这7空呢也飞起来啊！哎呦，撞了一下，撞了一下。
between Liberante and Hannum, but they're both up in the top 10 with Batoon and Montesinos next. Thomas Mercado, Harrison Hoey, they're next in line, followed by Coutinho, Braken, Oikonomu, Alejandro, Taskinen, Gonzalez, Martin Van Leeuwen down to 22nd. There must be a problem.
好，来到最后一圈了，第1名真的拉开超远啊
！2 years ago to be down at the back. That's a
哎，
real
没有啊，没有啊。 对嘛，超远啊，一个大弯呢。直接领先2个弯是哪招啦？第1名在干嘛啦？有装氮气对不对？哇，2、3、4名斗很凶啊，2、3、4、5、6、7名全部锁在一起。啊，有人走赛道外是发生什么事？快速通道。
He's going through defensive lines. People are fighting in the back. it's very aggressive there.
Yeah, but of course, Ed the Rua.
哇，第二名还在 hold， 第二名还在 hold。
Get past as well. But this battle is happening 10 seconds behind our race leaders. Here they are, Jakob Bazell and Leonardo Baccaglini. 1-2. Said that Leonardo would sit there, and he did. Theo, you were absolutely right. Axel Sanyala and Rasmus Vendelbo finish there, but look at that, right on the line. Zenderua does take 6th position. Then Diaz's defenses were finally broken. That's got to be so frustrating.
上升了一个名次，第二名下降了一个名次，然后第三名不变。第6名最猛啊，上升18个位置，从20几名开到第6名，这个很猛哦。
He was hunting every mistake, as I've said earlier, and he was bound to break.
一个从最后一名杀到第14名也很猛哦，这个也很猛。
He got tired. I mean, defensive lines only take you so far.
好，我们现在期待一下，我们期待高基基，高杰要来上场了。下一个
Yeah, I drove the rental carts, and 2 years ago I was lucky enough to test the E20s on this track, and I can say that I liked it pretty much.
Yeah, so I mean, we talked about the Transylvanian Trophy.
Qualifying history, 125 MAX DD2 B+C.
I mean, if you get an opportunity to come here to Bahrain and race in their local Rotax series, which is growing very quickly indeed, you should really try this track. It is something else.
Yeah, from my experience, I can say that it's similar to our Turgus Equest track, but it has elevation and banking, and it makes it.
Turgus Equest is very wide and it's an international standard circuit.
Yeah.
But well, the only hills are on the road into the circuit, which is the potholes. I mean, the race control. I mean, it's flat. But again, Turgus Equest in Romania is a fantastic facility. You drive through Circuit and Turgus Equest.
第5名那位帮你重组了引擎，什么意思啊？
And then you drive down this, this
第5名那位，我看一下第5名是谁
？Suddenly, like a spaceship.
Race
control
帮你重组引
building
擎啊。
appears. It's like a futuristic building. It's absolutely incredible.
Yeah, and the only hills there, as you said, are on the way there.
加油！
On the way
高
there
杰要
is the
上场
Bronx
了。
Castle that we've been to.
Yes, you
the
I was very
home of
fortunate
Dracula.
Yes, you and your family.
漫长的直播终于要结束，我发现直播是件很累的事情，也很烧脑，然后很口渴。
You have proudly on your Team Romania. You've always got the teeth. The Dracula teeth on Team Romania's clothing. In fact, we saw something, but I mean, while we look at that there, let's have a little look. We got the camera in the commentary box. Hang on a sec. There they are. Let's have a little turn around if we can get that. There is Team Romania. Yes.
罗马尼亚的
the Romanians
队服这么可爱啊
Yeah, there's humor in that as well. You celebrate your heritage.
Yeah, we are happy that the race is happening at night.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's why we've got no Romanians in DD2, because they're all elsewhere. One race to go. How has Romanians... I've seen Mika Patru not having a great day, but then Cipran Ionica was doing quite well as well.
Yeah, Ionica was having quite a day. I mean, as we've talked in DD2.
But okay, well, we'll talk about the Romanians a little bit more later on. Let's go back down to Jenny Wade.
真的，我也觉得今年的没有去年的漂亮。
Of course, we know you
真的，小富哥讲的这没有错。我觉得今年的大家的这个做 T 恤啊，
hotter than in Finland.
Yeah, exactly. It's -20 in Finland, and here is almost +30.
没有错，汉堡没有错，今年跟我们去年的衣服一样，然后上面多了几条黑色的线条。
Yeah, it has been really
但是背面的部分好像就不是极速超跑了，
like the
就
difference
不用台
of
中
the
银
like
行了。
lap times, it's so close to each other, so it's close racing.
I have to say it's really exciting. We're all up on the balcony.
我没有看到今年赛车服的背面，好像是没有
But for
写台中
everyone
银
at
行。
home, I mean, it's unbelievable, and you got that one right on the line pretty much.
Yeah, that's true.
So tell me, you've been here before. You know what it takes. Now in DD2.
小富你很聪明哎，小富哥太聪明了，所以我今年也不去啊，因为都穿一样的，没意思。
Just like
明年
of course it's much easier. It's my 4th grand final than the first one, so I'm like
汉
more
堡
used
其
to
实
it
那
and more
个
racing and stuff.
我们去年去葡萄牙的时候不是很多 国家都用 MIR 嘛，
What's it like really to race against some of the best drivers in the world in their class?
It's the best. What you can ask.
And tell me, what's the plan when if you can win this title again?
汉堡是你还是你哥讲说那个
You're going to keep going, or we're going to have to say goodbye and you're going to race off to cars?
No, I'm going to keep going.
That's it. Okay, so Cristiano Morgado, he's got 5. He's here watching. There's a lot of guys chasing that record, so we're going to wish you luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Jen. And Axel, here we go. 1 heat race to go as we look at the first group of DD2 drivers all coming through. There is the number 428 car Tom Breaker.
没错。
6 is a MAX
你知道我
driver
们
a couple
在
of years
世
ago
界杯的时候啊，
in
其
this
实
event. So
很
here
多
we
人跑
are.
来。
It's the final heat
高杰
race.
出门了，高杰出门了，我们先看一下这个现场正在排位啊，暖胎圈。台中银行的衣服啊，其实因为我们写的都中文，然后其实全世界的赛车服几乎写的都是英文。所以我们有很多中文呢，在现场啊，很多人对我们的赛车服非常的有兴趣，觉得很帅，因为写中文真的不太一样。高杰排位多少？看一下，哇，又是20几。
Then Martin Freer
那高杰要冲刺了啊
Nikita Artamonov and Yannick Jacobs, who's getting plenty of support online. Lucas Hartmann, Olivier Bedard, Max Jaeger, Patrick Loxmelis, and the rest of the field, 36 drivers, all of whom are out there on circuit.
最后一个弯啊，这个排位应该失败了。
Who gained a whole bunch of places earlier
这样还可以哦。
He starts
有 hold 好，有 hold 好哦。没有，外侧比内侧快。
From the outside of row number 1, that is well.
居然起跑成功！太扯了！又有人走快速车道，又有人走捷径啊！哪招？好，我们回到刚刚的话题，就是我们去年去世界杯的时候啊，很多人觉得写中文的赛车服很帅。然后你刚刚讲的这个 Lady Line 讲的这个没有错，又有人觉得。
Yeah, I mean, like, he wasn't looking to his right, and I think that
哇，高杰很帅，高杰上到第15名了。我们在此宣布，
for the lights to go off, we still behind in the field.
高杰应该还蛮有机会的哦。没有错，查理哥这一节有高杰，这一节有基高。高杰目前上到第15名，加油加油！他如果可以前10名完赛，我们就自行宣布高杰欢迎参加 Rotax MAX Grand Final DD2 Senior 的 Final。 哇，好嗨，好嗨，好嗨啊 ！G Cow
Roger Young was in here, and Roger's going to be very, very happy with that. From 28th to 15th, Roger did say that the
从28上到13，现在连 Henry 都很激动啊
get away and get the setup right. He was on for a good result, and Roger was not lying. 15 places, 13 places.
Go, 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 go!
Now.
哎，我跟你讲，刚刚连 Henry 都很激动哎。找一下红色的赛车服是谁？快点，快点，快点，快！有看到吗？看到吗？
Luke Armstrong from Singapore, and already Adrianilo Romero up from 36th to 24th. The Spanish driver, so look for the driver ahead of this group because he's passed 12 drivers already.
好，高杰刚经过画面哦。
Down the hill there, the yellow race suit, that is Lilo Romero. 12 places in 1 lap in one of these DD2 cars, Steele. That's very impressive.
Yeah, look, he's trying every turn.
完赛要完赛，一定要完赛，完赛才是王道。完赛才有分数啊，加油！ 还有7圈，我相信以高杰的实力，他可以沉住气的。哇，又卡到后轮了。
Oh, and a spin in the middle of the
高
field
杰的
there.
秒数一直在533，其实他的秒数状况还不错哦。
Could have been Luke. No, it was Nikita
他维持
Artemonov
了
from Kyrgyzstan who gets
533还不错，蛮好的。
Yeah, it just shows when you're battling for 26th, 27th, it's
好，
just
高杰
as
上到
furious,
14名了。
if not more, than if you were battling for the race lead.
Yeah, any position matters, and for the drivers that are on the verge of not qualifying, they will try everything, especially because it's the last heat of the day.
Yeah,
they will try everything.
You've got all night to repair any damage.
没问题，没问题，大家斗起来。
But again, you have to
目前前4名是一个集团啊。
They're going to be two. Everyone qualifies for a pre-final. However, the point system, you'll have your heat points.
我希望在这个我们的直播间里面的大家，目前有25个人，请大家来帮高杰刷一个爱心，刷一波，快点！ 大家帮。
But up at the front, we got a nice 4-car battle now. Virus, Barbaru, Friedel, and Maulam. Up the hill. Antoine Barbaru, the international trophy winner. Friedel's had a terrible grand final so far in the heat races, so this will be good for Rasmus to maybe just salvage one good result. What does he do? Maulam in 4th position. You've got 3 drivers here, Theo, that have had solid heats and are doing well, and 1 driver that's had terrible heats. So you imagine that Friedel's going to be more aggressive, don't you?
Yes and no. I mean, as you've said, he has.
看起来啊，是个小失误，就是一个火车头啊。目前高杰又上到第15名了 ，Go Go Go！ 大家一起留言帮高杰加油，记告。
is up into 5th position. Sebastian Boyd is 6th. Rosina is 7th.
目前来讲，高杰前面的秒数都比他慢一点，所以我觉得应该是蛮有机会再往前push一下的。
Driver from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, having another strong run in 12th position.
好，高杰刚刚那天做536，大家秒数都在536。
13 places on the opening lap, and he has then maintained his position, but he's just set the fastest middle sector of the entire race.
还有4圈啊，加油
to see if he has enough space for it
3圈
to push. I mean, if he's going into traffic.
Yes, he's now just stuck behind Kylian Guerin from France. William Exton from New Zealand is there in 13th. But Friedel is starting to fall away a little bit now from Ragnar Vieras.
在这个位置，我们现在在此自行宣布，高杰。
That's not correct. You can see Maulam still in 4th place. Barbaru just saying, pointing in his helmet to say,
2圈后我们再来宣布好了。
Do drivers ever listen to that?
目前有分成3个集团。
I think they get angry.
Yeah. So I was thinking
单圈来讲，目前高杰上一圈稍微慢了一点点。
Here comes a good battle. This is for.
高杰的画面来了，走内线有吗？
8th on back. Thomas Burstins from Latvia is the head of this group of drivers running wide, coming through turn number 12.
有没有过
as we head out onto the start-finish straight? That is Lucas Pernod losing a few positions. That is down to 18th position for Pernod. But 2 laps to go. The lights on the palm trees in the background.
哎呦，
这
个3内线塞得很凶哦。好，高杰进到我们的画面了。
lapels on it from Chinese Taipei. Good to see so many different countries doing well.
Yeah, I mean the level of let's say competition in each country is different, but
高杰目前上到第13名了。
Same material for everyone. It's nice to see that.
好，他的位置呢，目前有卡到后面的车辆，所以应该是没什么问题。被插内线。
Nations is in the front of the pack.
1次2台插他，哇，昏倒。
Leads Sweden, leads France. You've got Canada, South Africa, Italy, Latvia, Denmark, New Zealand, the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, and Chinese Taipei in the top 16. And it's only a heat race. It's the last heat race of Grand Finals 2023. Ragnar Vieras, one of the most experienced competitors here. This is his 6th consecutive.
刚刚的秒数来讲啊，高捷稍微比前车大概慢了0.6。看这一圈结束之后，高捷的状况哇，又比前车大概慢了0.5。
Virus leads Friedel by just 0.2 of a second. There's a move. Michael Rosina passing Sebastian Boyd for 6th position. Good move from Rosina.
Last lap.
Up the inside now. Last lap. 1.1 seconds the gap between Friedel in second and race leader Virus.
感谢汉堡的细微观察。
And I don't think we've got over there. So Barbaru and Maulam trying to take second place away from Friedel.
Yeah, Ragnar Virus escaped, as you said. He wants to beat his record on
高
this
捷
track.
会不会再动手呢
I think he's going to make it in the
最后
finals,
2个
but we can
corner， 3
see
个
some
corner，
action
来
here.
，come on，
For the
come on，
second
come on。
place.
Barbaru trying to go around the outside of Friedel. Maulam sticks his nose at the inside. Good move there from Daniel Maulam in the blue and white race suit as we head down the hill. Can Maulam make it 2 passes in 2 corners? Not with Friedel defending, but I think Daniel Maulam's going to try and get the run coming out of the final corner.
高捷第17名，结束这个 heat。
Who takes second? It's Friedel, Maulam and Barbaru in that order, with Savalio next, Rosina, Boyd,
可以，高捷目前上升11个名次，然后前面很多车手都是往下降的，所以积分来讲啊，应该是有蛮加分的。好，我们在此宣布，恭喜高捷获得 Rotax Max Challenger Grand Final 2023 DD2 Senior 的 Final 门票。
Yes. I was looking on the timing and I saw the result of Adrian Lilo Romero. I mean, the Spaniard made the best race. I think he gained so many positions, and he's looking strong.
大家刷一波爱心，帮高捷加油！来来来。
The drivers are heading down towards.
恭喜高捷在第1个版面，我们先最后，我们跟最后这个公布成绩的地方来合照一张。
We've got number 1, 2, 3, our mini max driver Ciprian Tudor-Ionica. We've got Junior
大家一起刷一波，刷一波。
Michulika, as we call him.
然后也感谢大家一起在这边打比赛。
Yeah. And we got the senior
Alexandru Baltasu.
Yeah, Alexandru. He's number 328
太好了，大家都出声音了。 没有
numbers.
错，高捷就是猛。
Well, I've got to say, you're just
上升11个位置，我们在此宣布，在此宣布，高捷获得 MAX DD2 Senior 的 Final 门票。来 ，1, 2, 3, 4， 我们看到第17名冲线的是来自台湾的高捷 J Way International。来，我们看这边。
Everyone is enjoying the races. We're having a good time. The drivers, even though they would have wanted more from the hits, they are happy and there's still room to fight. I mean, you never know.
You never know. You never know. Well, these drivers never know. Here are the results of the last heat race of the 2023 Grand Final. Theo Naquara,
好，汉堡，我们
much
明
for
天
joining me in the
如果我
commentary
时间上可以
box.
安
We
排
will
的
hear
话，我
more
们会
from
再开直
Romania
播，
as
然后
the
大家一起
week
来打比赛，
progresses. But as
好不好？
you look
太好玩
at
了，
the results
感谢
on
各位的陪
screen,
伴。
I'm going to actually make
See
my way
you.
out to the commentary box to find Jen Wade myself. See you very shortly. Keep looking.
高捷很猛，
Jen
真的
Wade
很
is
猛。
going to be out on the balcony right now.
好，明天见哦。我们先去准时，我们先宣布高捷获得 Final 门票。See ya， 拜拜。看一下 replay 啊。